Chapter 776. The bone-chilling wind and the bleeding prairie. Half a month had passed, but the northern lands were still engulfed in the flames of war. All kinds of battles and pursuits were still going on. A colossus that had towered for more than 100,000 years completely collapsed. Several dozen to over 100 tigers and wolves rushed over, tearing and fighting over it, breaking it down. This was a blood-soaked scene. The divine land collapsed, and the clan was exterminated. The Wang family that had ruled the northern plains since the desolate antiquity era had become history. An even more complicated power structure was formed, and they all hunted down the Wang family that had fallen into the net. This was a tacit understanding. The new overlord would definitely trample over the bones of the previous overlord. If the descendants of the previous overlord were not completely wiped out, they would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. During this half a month, the whole world was shaken. The destruction of a desolate antiquity family had far-reaching effects. For ordinary people, this was like the overthrow of the ancient heaven. It was almost like a myth. Even the so-called immortal would reach its end one day. An inheritance that had accumulated power for a long time and could look down on the world had been severed just like that. His fall was so sudden that smoke and dust flooded the world. Half a month had passed, but people were still in a state of shock. This was a world-shocking wave that shook the whole world. The barbarian race cavalry was so powerful. Tens of thousands of them had entered the northern plains and destroyed a desolate antiquity family. This was the topic everyone talked about, and they were all excited. How many years had it been since such a major event had happened? In the post-desolate antiquity era, this was enough to be ranked among the most influential events. The name Yifan seemed to possess a strange power. After it spread throughout the 5 regions, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After disappearing for 12 years, he had returned to this world. This in itself contained a shocking secret. Otherwise, how could he have returned? Only the great ancient emperors and the human race's great sage had this kind of ability. Moreover, not long after his return, he broke through in a fit of anger and led the barbarian race army into the northern plains. He flattened the Wang family's divine land and destroyed an ancient family. 12 years ago, the rumors of Yifan were mainly in the eastern wasteland and some parts of the central plains. Now, his achievements shook the whole world, and everyone in the 5 regions knew about him. From this day forth, there was not a single cultivator on this ancient planet who did not know of the name Yifan. Such a world-shaking battle had become an unreachable legend. Everyone was discussing this, the great sects were all thinking to themselves. The entire world was rising and falling with great waves. The power and terror of the barbarian race made the people of the world tremble, especially the sects of the southern mountains. They were all a bit scared. They actually didn't know that there was a group of barbarian warriors deep in the mountains. Perhaps, only the Demon King Palace knew that this frightening force had never been severed. It had always existed since ancient times, just that it was very low-key. It was hard for the world to know what kind of terrifying foundation the Wang family had, but the fact that they had a sacred-level archaic ancestral beast was already widely known. In this post-desolate era, saints were mostly legends and rarely seen. For there to be a living ancestral beast like this was just too shocking. It could definitely slaughter everything. However, even such a powerful barbarian army was suppressed by the barbarian army. One could well imagine how terrifying these barbarians were. Even the Holy Lands with extreme Dao Emperor weapons were horrified. The storm continued. Everywhere was in heated discussion, and the whole world was paying attention. Yifan's powerful return and the fact that he dared to uproot a desolate era family made the blood of many youngsters boil. Who didn't want to be successful when they were young and leave their name in history? Many people left their sects and began to walk in the world. This battle affected many aspects. According to the statistics of many great sects, the number of local expeditions increased by several times. It was as if the prelude to a chaotic era had begun. In the eastern wasteland, Yao Guang's saint child stood under a divine waterfall. His entire body was enveloped by 108 divine rings. Even his hair was golden, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean as he gazed at the distant northern plains. In the northern region, many archaic imperial clans appeared, making many great powers restless. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they wanted nothing more than to move their clans. In the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade, and his black eyes contained wisdom. He was elegant and handsome. At this moment, he was standing on a towering mountain that reached the clouds. He muttered to himself, Yuangu might make a move, and Huang Shudao most likely won't leave the mountain. In the divine city, a Daoist with disheveled hair wore a tattered Daoist robe. He was drunk and said, "Who am I? Who is the divine body? And who are all of you?" He pointed at the people around him. Everyone retreated in horror, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. They fled in all directions. He is the divine silkworm Daoist. Everyone only had this sentence to remind everyone they knew. They all ran far away, and not a single person dared to stay behind. Fire Qilan Child pays his respects to the secret land of the past. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, a figure stood alone. He was like an undying great mountain that had existed since ancient times. The pressure he gave off made it hard for others to breathe, and the heavens were about to collapse. He had already stood in front of Origin Ancient Mine for 7 days without taking a single step inside. In the end, he turned around and left. It was as if he had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, disappearing into the horizon. Southern mountains, on a beautiful mountain peak, a silver waterfall poured down. Green pines were verdant, strange rocks stood tall, and flowers bloomed like a brocade. There was a male who was aloof and otherworldly, handsome and flawless like an exiled immortal. His blue clothes fluttered about as he sat on a stone cliff. His 10 fingers nimbly moved across a zither, playing a heavenly melody. In his surroundings, hundreds of birds worshipped him, descending one after another. All types of flowers bloomed just for him, fragrance wafting through the air, flower petals sparkling. Dong! The final zither string descended, releasing a rumbling sound. It was different from all of the wonderful sounds from before. An enormous black hole appeared in the sky, terrifying beyond compare, completely devouring the mountain ridge below. Divine Body Source, I've waited for 12 years. You've finally returned. Hua Yunfei said calmly, and then he stood up. On a cliff several thousand li out, a white-clothed beauty sat there. There were 365 golden whirlpools swirling around her body, every single one of them containing a golden deity, sinister and terrifying. After a long time, she opened her eyes and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, dyeing the flowers all over the mountain with a layer of golden light. It was incomparably resplendent and beautiful, but in the blink of an eye, they all turned into fine powder with a popping sound. The Yinyang sect of the Central Plains was all silent. The earth-shattering unforeseen event that happened recently made them restless. Many disciples were even more frightened. Yi Fan, this demon, had returned and actually attacked an ancient clan. If he led the barbarian cavalry here, how could they resist? Every young disciple was scared. Of course, there were also great sects that were sharpening their blades, preparing to kill Yi Fan. The divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient assassin dynasties had long since entered the southern mountains. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, they would launch a thunderous attack. The divine sons of the past dared to kill the various kings head-on. Moreover, they had always walked in the shadows and were famous for their assassinations. Prove the Tao through killing, achieve immortality. In the depths of the southern mountains, 2 illusory figures shouted at the same time. Then, who knew how many mountains and ridges around them collapsed and turned into stone powder? A shocking murderous intent shook the heavens and spread throughout the vast wilderness. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, the man and woman went their separate ways and disappeared. The southern mountains barbarian tribe was still the same during this half a month. Ancient trees covered the sky, and above the tribe, ferocious birds were circling like dragons. It was a prehistoric scene. During these days, there was a continuous stream of visits from great sections. The battle in the northern plains had shaken the world, and all the major powers were trembling in fear. All of them wanted to know the truth. The barbarians had their own way of doing things, so most of them didn't see them. But today, they made an exception and received a group of esteemed guests from the Eastern Barbarian Ji clan. That brat really didn't come back with us. He stayed in the northern plains and will appear after a while, an old man from the barbarian tribe explained. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said discontentedly, "What is he doing?" "Little Yi wants to find Tu Fei. It's been 16 or 17 years. He was teleported to the northern plains, and we haven't heard from him since." Inside a big ice block, Li Heishui was corroded by the dark light. His wounds were getting worse. "All right, I'll wait here for him to come back." Ji Ziyue supported her chin, sitting on a stone platform and watching the prehistoric creatures. Her crescent eyes blinked curiously. "Don't worry. Big brother Yi will come back. He said he would take me to kill Zi Tiandu to take revenge for my brother." Dongfang Man smiled honestly. The bleak moonlight, the cold wind, the bleak prairie, the blood-stained future, and the end of the hero. Yi Fan hadn't left the northern plains yet. He was traveling with Yan Yishi and Li Tian. They saw many battles. Armies from different places had entered the northern plains, slaughtering unceasingly. The slaughter was coming to an end. During these days, they had killed some powerful enemies. They were all the top experts who had escaped from the Wang family. "Tu Fei, where have you been? Which corner did the Black Emperor teleport you to?" Yi Fan wanted to find this old friend. Pang Bo and Monkey were still alive. They didn't know where they had gone. The others had received bad news, and they had to wait for the cruel confirmation. No one was chasing after them, but they couldn't find Yi Fan. At this moment, all the enemies were focusing on him. They must be preparing to kill him. Thus, he didn't hurry to go back. If he wanted to find his old friend, he had to consider everything carefully. He needed to search slowly. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The wild grass on the prairie was taller than a human. It was a barren area. Under the moonlight, a lone wolf howled at the moon, echoing far away. Yi Fan's group of 3 walked through the vast prairie. They visited many ancient sects and learned many local customs. Dong, an explosion reverberated under the moonlight. It was like the ringing of a giant bell. Wild grass was everywhere. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. This area was even more desolate. The grass was as tall as 2 to 3 meters. How could such a sound come from there? Yi Fan's group dashed forward. After more than 100 miles, they saw a majestic, ancient temple in front of them. It was covered in a holy halo. It was a mysterious scene. Under the moonlight, the vast prairie was endless and desolate. Only the howling of the wolf could be heard. It was strange to see such a holy temple. Western Desert's Buddhism had come to the northern plains many years ago to spread their teachings. Is this a holy temple that they had left behind? According to legends, one of the top 10 disciples of Amitabha had come to the northern plains to spread his teachings. Yi Fan was surprised. The ancient temple was majestic and sacred. Although it was night, it was covered in a golden halo. The long, resonant bell came from the temple. When they pushed open the ancient temple door and entered the courtyard, they immediately felt a majestic and solemn atmosphere. There was the power of Buddhism surging. Suddenly, Yi Fan was stunned. The moment he stepped into the temple, he was petrified. He saw a familiar figure, a peerless beauty. Esteemed guest has come from afar. This servant is in Miaoyi. I play the zither under the moonlight. A peerless beauty was sitting in the temple. Her smile could topple cities, and her smile could topple countries. Miaoyi. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. You recognize me, but I don't recognize you anymore. That means, you are the person I have been waiting for. This beautiful woman in snow-white clothes smiled brilliantly, but it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. It was hard to understand what he was feeling. You don't recognize me? He asked. I don't recognize you anymore. This woman's smile made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Chapter 777. Under the cold moonlight, the vast earth was completely desolate. Only the lone wolf was sorrowful, whimpering in the desolate grassland. In this kind of environment, a majestic ancient temple stood. It was dyed in golden radiance, sacred and dignified, vast and righteous. It was indescribably mysterious. Within the main hall, a green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha. And Miaoyi sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Her jade-like face always had a smile on it. Her slender jade-like fingers nimbly plucked the strings of the zither, producing mysterious notes that rang out. "Why don't you recognize me?" Yi Fan walked forward, his steps light and slow. At this moment, he no longer had the sharpness he had when he swept through the ancient family. Dang! A bell rang out from the depths of the temple. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles, causing the entire grassland to tremble. Yi Fan stopped, resisting this sound wave. At this moment, a Buddhist light appeared behind Miaoyi's head, making her white clothes seem even cleaner. At this moment, she looked like a bodhisattva, holy and lofty. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand sparkling. A divine ring protected her body, making her look even more dignified. Although she was smiling brilliantly, it made others feel that her heart was far away. "Miaoyi, why don't you recognize me?" Yi Fan softly asked. "It's been more than 10 years since we last met. Yesterday is like water that can't be left behind. Flowers will bloom once more, and geese will return once more. If I look back, will I still be the same?" There was a layer of mist in Miaoyi's eyes, but she was still smiling. There was a stunning radiance flowing within her eyes. Yi Fan's heart trembled. During his most difficult time, everyone was waiting to see him become a joke. They all thought that the divine body was fated to be unable to break the curse. Only Miaoyi firmly believed that he could succeed. Not only that, she even gambled herself. During that period of time, she was the only one who gambled her entire life. "I'm still me. I've never changed." Yi Fan walked forward with large strides. He seriously looked at her, wanting to approach her. However, the bell rang out once more. The divine ring behind Miaoyi's head became even more resplendent. Buddhist light shone brightly, making it seem holy and otherworldly. Time cannot be turned back. There's never a path of return. Once we take a step forward, we can only move forward. And Miaoyi smiled. Her gaze was gentle, but it felt even more distant. 12 years ago, Yi Fan left without even turning his head back. He didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to this woman. Thinking back to the past, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. Even if we move forward, the person and the heart remain the same. In the past, when Yi Fan succeeded in breaking the curse, he was injured by the great Tao. He did not have much time left, and there was no hope for his future. He was mocked and ridiculed. A mere successor of the Five Elements Palace dared to speak rudely to him. During that period of time, in order to help him recover, Miaoyi searched everywhere for elixirs. She even gave him the Buddhist Nirvana scripture, and even performed dual cultivation to heal his injuries. It was impossible for him to forget all of this. "Miaoyi, I know you still remember me." Yi Fan slowly walked forward and said softly. During this process, it was rare that Li Tian did not say a single word. Together with Yan Ishi, he stood at the entrance of the hall, silently observing everything. And Miaoyi smiled. Her beauty was dazzling, and there was a type of undying divine splendor blossoming. However, Yi Fan felt that it was becoming more and more out of reach. "I have long since forgotten you." These words were very soft, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. Ever since he came to this world, he was used to seeing life and death, struggling for survival, and cultivating for the sake of becoming stronger. He did not have any personal entanglements, he only felt moved. But now, after hearing these words, he felt a sourness in the depths of his heart. It was as if his heart was suddenly entangled. "If you don't know me, why are you still the same? If one looks back, are you still the same? I am talking about myself. Once I take a step forward, there is no turning back." And Miaoyi's voice was very soft. Her delicate fingers plucked the strings of the zither, playing the beautiful melody of nature. Her voice lingered over the vast prairie, and under the cold night sky, it was exceptionally serene. What are you saying? Yi Fan walked forward in large strides, arriving beside her. And Miaoyi smiled. Her black hair hung down, smooth like silk. She exuded an astonishing beauty as she said, "She has waited for you for many years, yet we have never met." "She, who is she?" Yi Fan asked with a trembling voice. "You know who she is." And Miaoyi's expression was gentle, and her voice became even softer. Her eyes were filled with tears. "She is you," Yi Fan said. "Wrong. She was me in the past, but now, I am no longer her." And Miaoyi smiled, but her tears were about to fall. "Why do you say that?" Yi Fan's heart trembled. And Miaoyi flung her black hair, causing it to dance in the air. Her face was filled with a holy light. She was laughing loudly, but her tears fell down and were hidden in her hair. "Because that, she is no longer here. Now, there is only me, and I no longer know you." At this moment, her voice turned cold. "Miaoyi." Yi Fan walked forward, wanting to grab her arm and approach her. However, and Miaoyi gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a great bell rang from the depths of the temple. Buddhist light blazed behind her, and one could vaguely see the benevolence of a great Buddha. Yi Fan couldn't get close. If he wanted to get close, he could only use force. A domain blocked his path. "I waited here for you only to see her one last time and fulfill her final wish." The Buddhist light behind Miaoyi was boundless, solemn and inviolable. There was no trace of that momentary gentleness. "What, you and her?" "There is only one Miaoyi in this world. No matter who she is, no matter what, I will find her and change her back." Yi Fan's voice was sonorous, and his steps were firm. He opened up the golden sacred domain and strode forward. "Could it be that you want to attack me?" And Miaoyi asked calmly. "There is only one Miaoyi in this world. In order to bring her back, I'm sorry, but I have to offend you." Yi Fan was very domineering. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Bang! Buddhist light flickered as Miaoyi blocked this attack. She then retreated as light as a feather, and like a female bodhisattva, she sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with a dignified appearance. Dong! The great bell rumbled like a Buddhist chant, shaking the heaven and earth. It was as if a basin of clear water had been poured over one's head. Bang, bang, the two exchanged blows in the hall, their speed faster than lightning. Secret techniques and Tao methods surged together, attacking in all directions. The golden sacred domain was resplendent, and the Buddhist light was also boundless. They continuously clashed. Even though it wasn't a life and death battle, only a small-scale confrontation, it was still remarkable. There were many areas that made one sigh in admiration. It was extremely extraordinary. Chi! A streak of multicolored light tore through the sky. They flew out of the temple and fought on the desolate prairie, leaving behind streak after streak of brilliant splendor in the night sky. "Ye brat, do you need us to take action and blast her down with that holy weapon?" Li Tian cried out strangely. "You're still joking even now. Let them fight, don't randomly get involved." Yan Ishi glared at him. "I knew a long time ago that no one would die if they fought like this." "Ye brat is reluctant," Li Tian mumbled. Yi Fan fought a great battle against Miaoyi. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and then into a large lake. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, but he was still extremely shocked. This was the first time Yi Fan saw Miaoyi take action. In the past, he had never seen her display her cultivation, yet she was so powerful that even he was stunned. 4 hours passed. Yi Fan frowned, displaying his terrifying strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to subdue this enchanting beauty. This woman is too powerful. Damn it, she has touched upon the threshold of the 3// Tao. If Yi brat is the slightest bit careless, he might be injured by her. Li Tian's expression was grave. Indeed terrifying, to actually have this level of cultivation. She is an extraordinary woman. Yan Ishi nodded. Bang, bang, another 2 hours passed. Yi Fan continuously unleashed heavy blows. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist suppressed everything, the battle saint technique deduced the Taiji, and the golden sacred domain descended, capturing and Miaoyi alive, imprisoning her within an expanse of golden light. This was a beautiful body. Black hair hung down, her swan-like neck snow-white and exquisite. Her face was dreamlike and illusory, full of spirituality. Miaoyi, what's wrong with you exactly? Yi Fan sent out his powerful divine sense, gushing into her immortal foundation, wanting to get to the bottom of this. A new battle began. This was a battle of divine sense. And Miaoyi's body glowed with Buddhic light. Her divine sense was like that of a female bodhisattva, incomparably powerful. This was a collision of Daoists. Auspicious qi descended from the heavens, auspicious light gushed forth from the earth, lotus flowers filled the air, the feeling of gods, the 5 notes of Taoism, the wondrous words of Buddhism, all of them rumbled. This was a resplendent little world. The battle between the two of them interweaved into one scene after another. Bang! Finally, Yi Fan descended from the sky. At the instant when he didn't injure Miaoyi, he used his own primordial spirit to suppress her divine sense. A light laughter drifted over. A familiar and moving voice containing magnetism rang out, incomparably gentle. Little man, you have returned. You are truly getting more and more powerful. Miaoyi. Yi Fan released her and quietly stared at this young woman with misty starry eyes. Compared to earlier, she was even more breathtaking. There was an additional gentleness to her as their hearts grew closer. Who would have thought that we would still be able to meet again? Seems like my obsession is very deep and I have such great strength that she has no choice but to compromise. And Miaoyi's smile was very sweet, her eyes were intoxicating, a smile that could topple cities. What are you talking about? Who is she? Yi Fan stared at her in a daze. She is me. A me who severed you, severed a part of me. And Miaoyi smiled. Her words sounded awkward but Yi Fan instantly understood. 3 immortal slashes. You actually chose to sever everything related to me. Wrong, you chose to sever a part of yourself, erasing everything related to me. You have already left this world, not even turning your head back. Do you want me to wallow in my memories? And Miaoyi's smile was extremely moving, but there was also a trace of self-pity in it. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. This was a young woman who appeared extremely charming but her heart was sometimes filled with arrogance and might even be a little unyielding. He could still clearly remember Miaoyi's resolute words in the past. If my life is in chaos, I will fall into depravity in the mortal world. If there comes a day when I become an emperor, I will definitely kill everyone related to me, cleansing my life of glory and humiliation. He stared fixedly at this young woman and didn't speak for a long time. Only when a gust of wind blew did he wake up. You've touched upon the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes? There's no need to be shocked. Many people are stuck here, unable to step past it. Many people have to use their entire lives to sever their Daoists. As she spoke until here, and Miaoyi laughed. This little man is still the most awesome, catching up step by step and catching up to me. Over 10 years have passed and although Wang Teng has become even more terrifying, he is still stuck outside the door of the 3 immortal slashes. He has no way to fight against you, a character on the 8th minor step of the 2nd layer of immortal foundation. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. There would be no more paths to seek. Many people struggled their entire lives but were unable to advance an inch. At this stage, there wasn't much difference between cultivating for 10 years and 1,000 years. If one could comprehend it, if one had great willpower, they might be able to break through in a single day. But if one didn't understand it, they would be stuck here for the rest of their lives. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. Humans could also sever their Daoists, severing the thoughts in their hearts, severing everything, severing everything, severing their own Daos. To sever one's Dao, you actually made such a choice. Yi Fan stared at that flawless countenance. And Miaoyi had a radiant smile on her face. She came before him and spoke, "If I fail, everything will turn to smoke. If I succeed, 10 years or 100 years later, I will step into the third stage of the 3 immortal slashes and everything will return to me." Yi Fan stretched his hand out, caressing her jade-like face as he spoke in a light voice. "How can you disappear with the wind, turning to smoke? I promised you before that I would be your Dao protector and would definitely help you succeed. At the very least, you would become a female sage. Oi, 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 there are still 2 living humans below. Oh right, there's also a child. Don't be so overboard, okay?" Li Tian released Little Tong. The moment Little Tong appeared, he bawled, "Lecherous uncle, go and let others step on dog shit. I don't want to learn cultivation from you, I don't want to step on you. Damn, this child is so unlikable. Master." Tong Tong cried loudly when he saw Yi Fan pulling and Miaoyi away. "Forget it, don't shout anymore. We can't spoil the mood and follow them at this moment." Li Tian patted his head. Chapter 778. The night moon was cold and the land was vast and empty. Only when the wind blew past would there be rustling sounds. Under the dim light of the night, one couldn't see too clearly. The grassland rose and fell like the sea, extending to the ends of the earth. In this cold night, in this vast and desolate land, 2 figures walked side by side, like a pair of exiled immortals, strolling under the moonlight on the endless grassland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. Occasionally, a lone wolf could be seen howling at the moon, swallowing the essence of the moon and refining the demonic core. There was nothing else. Yi Fan and Miaoyi didn't speak. They floated in the air, feeling a kind of emptiness and gentleness. No longer distant, no longer cold, no longer pushing people thousands of miles away. Right now, there was a hazy light connecting them, as if they had become one. "I want to go to the western desert again." After a long time, Miaoyi softly said. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, making her jade-like cheeks seem even fairer and more sparkling. "Why? Isn't it good to stay?" Yi Fan asked. "My Dao is in the western desert. I have to walk my own path. To reach perfection, I have to personally experience it." And Miaoyi was graceful and elegant. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to be riding the wind and returning to the heavens. "How can I be at ease if you go all the way to the west? I said I would protect you, how can I let you go alone?" Yi Fan calmly looked at her. "I have to walk my own Dao. If I need your help even for the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao, then what qualifications do I have to step onto the long path of cultivation? I am not a burden." At this point, Miaoyi chuckled, and the entire serene night was lit up for a moment. She exuded an astonishing beauty, and her graceful body was flowing with a layer of holy radiance. She said, "Wait until your divine physique is complete, or even complete, then you can be my Dao protector." Yi Fan stared at her in a daze, not knowing what to say. This was a woman that could move one's heart. She was very stunning. There were many things that didn't need to be said to be understood. The path of cultivation is full of unpredictability, especially at the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao. Even the most stunning person could encounter an accident. In the past, some of the human race's great sage even narrowly escaped death, making it through with great difficulty, almost killing himself. Yi Fan said. This trial was filled with variables, and it was extremely complicated. The Dao trial one had to clear was extremely difficult, and the stakes were too great. It was rumored that even an ancient great emperor almost died at this trial when he was young. Different experiences, different encounters, and so would severing one's Dao. Innate talents and talents might not be of help, and might even become hindrances. Little man, are you worried about me? And Miaoyi smiled sweetly. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom as she said, in the end, you have to pass this trial yourself. As it concerns your future, you can only rely on yourself to experience it. When Yifan saw how persistent she was, he was shocked. Although it was not absolute, some amazing people might encounter more resistance. You should stay. I won't make a move unless it's a critical moment. And Miaoyi shook her head and said firmly, my Dao fruit is in the western desert. I can only go there. You don't need to worry. Yifan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. This trial of Immortal 3 was truly special. In the ancient times, there were a few heaven-defying geniuses who were said to be on the same level as the young great emperors of the past, and some even surpassed them. However, they all fell at this trial, and their deaths were engraved in the history books. Sometimes, people would wonder if there would be a few more great emperors if they could pass this trial. However, there were no ifs. Once they failed, no matter how amazing they were in the past, it would all turn to dust. The two of them no longer spoke and fell silent. They walked on the desolate prairie, their clothes fluttering in the wind, like a celestial couple. Do you believe in the afterlife? After an unknown period of time, and Miaoyi suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Yifan looked at her. Buddhism speaks of suffering in this life to cultivate the afterlife, and Miaoyi said. Who can say for sure about the afterlife? Have you seen the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor before? Even such a person never appeared again, how can you believe it? How do you know that the ancient great emperor didn't prove his path in that life because of the past? And Miaoyi smiled and said. Aren't you a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism? Buddhism speaks of the afterlife, and Taoism focuses on the present. Don't think too much about it. Yifan's expression was solemn. You should know that there are gods in the Holy Ji Palace. They all say that the past me is chanting for the present, illuminating the present. I feel like I have comprehended the past me, so I believe in the future me a little, and Miaoyi smiled and said. There were 5 major secret realms in the human body, and when any secret realm was cultivated to the extreme, it would have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Many ancient sages specialized in one secret realm. The Holy Ji Palace was the second major secret realm of the human body. Yifan had also been lost here before. He once heard the past me chanting for the present, and some people said that it was the Tao self, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. Don't think too much about it. Yifan said to her. The woman before him made him feel a little ethereal, afraid that once she left, he would never see her again. Unknowingly, they came before a huge mountain. There were very few mountains on the grassland, and it was a flat stretch of land. But when they did see one, they were all towering. On the cliffs, there was the fragrance of orchids, flowers blooming, and dragon grass swaying in the wind, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Look at those flowers. When the autumn wind comes, they all return to their roots and become mud. But after the spring rain, when the flowers bloom again, people might be like this, and Miaoyi said softly. What's wrong with you? Did you sense something? Yifan suddenly turned around and stared at her. And Miaoyi's black hair danced in the wind, her skin sparkling and translucent. Her forehead was white, and her eyes were spirited. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she was like a goddess, bright and breathtaking. At this moment, she was clearly standing in front of him, but she seemed very far away. Her voice was ethereal as she said, If I really die, you can just treat it as watching a beautiful rain of flowers bloom and then wither. Why do you say that? Yifan grabbed her fragrant shoulder. Don't worry. Maybe after 10 lives, 100 lives, I will reappear. Just like a withered flower, there is still a day when it will bloom again. One day, it will still be beautiful in this world. The prerequisite is that you can prove your Tao. Only then can you wait for that day. Maybe you will see a familiar flower blooming again. And Miaoyi's smile was very brilliant, but it made people feel sad. What are you talking about? Don't think about these things. What afterlife? What past? As long as I am unrivaled in this world, all karma, all Buddhist teachings, I will destroy them all. Yifan said. Little men are so domineering. I also hope that you are unrivaled in this world. What entanglement, what fate with Buddha, what chaotic results, I will destroy all of them with one strike and completely crush them." And Miaoyi smiled. She was like a blossoming immortal flower, and it was precisely when she was beautiful and moving. The two of them climbed the mountain step by step. They didn't speak for a long time as they slowly climbed up. They didn't use magic power to advance, and they were like mortals ascending the mountain. "Little man, you don't need to worry about me. Just treat it as me talking nonsense." And Miaoyi's laughter echoed through the mountains, pleasing to the ears. "Why did you choose this path?" Yi Fan asked. "There are millions of Daoists, but for everyone, there are only two, right and wrong." And Miaoyi calmly replied. "Is there a bodhisattva or Buddha guiding you on the path ahead?" Yi Fan asked. He then looked towards the western desert and said, "All right then. When I am unrivaled in this world, I will go there and shatter all karma with my fists. I will ascend Mount Meru and take a look. Let's not talk about these things. The future is too far away. Instead of focusing on the present, it is better to focus on the past." And Miaoyi's smile was extremely moving. Her eyes were like two pools of water, so gentle that they could melt refined steel. They ascended the mountain. Mist pervaded the air in front of them. It was actually a hot spring, gurgling and flowing, forming a pool in front of them. It was like a celestial lake, dense steam rising. Not far away, wildflowers bloomed brilliantly, blooming everywhere. They were of all colors, beautiful purples and beautiful reds, exceptionally colorful and fragrant. It made one feel refreshed, as if they had ascended to a celestial realm. And Miaoyi stood at the peak of the mountain. With a turn, she began to dance in an agile manner. She was like a goddess of the moon dancing, graceful and graceful. Her black hair was beautiful, her appearance shocking. Her large eyes were intelligent, her skin was like cream, and her neck was as white as a swan's. She was like a fairy under the moonlight, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her curves were graceful, her white dress unable to conceal her full twin peaks. Her slender waist was small, and her slender and straight jade-like legs were slender. As she danced, she carried with her a type of beauty that could bring disaster to the world. Her figure was extremely beautiful. When she was agile, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, untainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. When she was tender and beautiful, a single glance and a smile from her would cause all living things to go crazy. This ancient calamity-level woman was breathtaking. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be found, making one suspect that she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She danced under the moonlight, and then sang. Her wonderful voice lingered in the ears, and her charm was boundless, making one feel intoxicated. "Little man, I'm leaving." Lightly landing on the ground, and Miaoyi turned around and was about to ride the wind to leave. She said, "She's coming back, I don't have much time left." Yi Fan pulled her back. He didn't say anything, only watching her. And Miaoyi immediately began to chuckle. Her eyes were bewitching, moving people's hearts. With a turn, the two of them were stuck together. Under the moonlight, beside the hot spring that was filled with water vapor, their snow-white clothes were like flowers, fluttering in the wind. This was a pure white and lustrous body, flickering with a sparkling luster under the moonlight. Every inch of it was flowing with radiance, looking extremely holy. However, when Miaoyi smiled, it could be said to be a smile that could topple a city, indescribably moving. Her appearance that could cause all living things to go crazy clashed with her holiness, very contradictory. She was as pure as a goddess, yet also had the charm of falling into the mortal world. Her pure white jade-like body was like a water snake, twisting nimbly, causing one's blood to surge. The two of them merged together. Under the moonlight, they were like a pair of celestial companions. The water vapor in the hot spring was hazy, and a pair of figures could be vaguely seen. This was a paradise. Sparkling petals fluttered in the wind, submerging the entire hot spring, turning this place into a land of spiritual desire. A gentle breeze blew past, and when the mist dispersed, a snow-white body like ivory and a strong physique that flickered with a precious bronze splendor could be seen entangled. The silver moon moved to the west. After an unknown amount of time, the hot spring became quiet. The two bodies were side by side, looking up at the starry sky, not saying anything for a long time. Another hour passed. And Miaoi's entire body was sparkling, pure and flawless. She nimbly turned around and flew into the air. A snow-white dress fell down, covering her wonderful jade-like body. Yi Fan also stood up and looked at her quietly, feeling that they were very far apart. A sparkling and translucent flower bud floated down and landed on Miaoi's slender jade-like fingers, making her seem even more ethereal and otherworldly, noble, yet faintly discernible and distant. Flowers will bloom again, and people will return. When you look back, your heart will remain the same. Even if the flower wilts, after 10 lifetimes, or 100 lifetimes, we will still meet again. If you want to prove your Tao, use your heart to look at that flower that seems familiar. And Miaoi smiled amidst the rain of flowers, carefree and natural. She left just like that, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. That magnificent silhouette was forever imprinted in his heart. And Miaoi, who was far away, was like a smiling deity. That smile of hers, that touching moment, became an eternal picture. Chapter 779. The silver moon slanted to the west and the mountain wind blew. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as the beauty left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette as she disappeared into the horizon. A smile on a flower, a meeting after 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. When Buddha spoke of fate, was it the moment of looking back or the endless distance? Eternity, or an instant? I am undefeatable in this world. What karma, what entanglement, what karma, I will destroy all of it. Yi Fan did not believe in the afterlife and only believed in this life. This was not only the difference between Tao and Buddha, but also his own belief. All of this can be broken through. I have the power to fight the heavens, I have the heaven-defying merit. Nothing will be a problem. Although he said this, his heart still palpitated for a moment. In this world, there were many things and people that could not be solved with power. My master is in the present, why should I fear the future? In the end, he made up his mind. Fearless, he looked into the distance as if he could see through the sky. In the east, the first rays of the morning sun appeared, cutting through the mist and shining on the prairie. The mist stirred and the whole prairie was covered in a layer of water vapor that shone with all kinds of colors under the sunlight. Dong! The bell rang and the grand ancient temple became even more solemn and sacred. It was like an immortal monument standing there quietly, giving off a vast and inviolable sense of solemnity. In the morning sun, the ancient temple was no longer glowing by itself. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of golden light as if there was a great Buddha sitting inside. Yi Fan returned and saw a shocking scene. Yan Yishi, Li Tian, and little Tong Tong were standing in front of the temple, motionless as if they were in a meditative state. Comprehending the Tao, entering the Tao with their divine sense, and entering the ancient temple with their hearts, these were the states the three were in. What surprised Yi Fan was that little Tong Tong was also in a daze. This ancient temple was not ordinary and was left behind by a saint. There were mysterious marks circulating inside, making people feel as if they were in an abyss or a vast ocean, as if they were in another world. The ancient temple of a saint must have been left behind by a disciple of Buddha, Yi Fan said to himself. It was rumored that Amitabha's fifth disciple had once entered northern plains to spread Buddhism and preach in the northern lands. In the end, he died in meditation in the vast grassland, leaving behind an immortal ancient temple that stored supreme Buddhism. Not long after, Li Tianxing turned around and muttered to himself, how strange. That bodhisattva is so beautiful, but there's no way to get close to her. Yi Fan really wanted to give him a slap. This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to blaspheme the mark of a bodhisattva. Don't use your complicated thoughts to measure my pure and true nature. I'm just reminiscing about the Tao realm just now. Nothing else, Li Tian said. I didn't say anything. Are you confessing? Yi Fan smiled. Li Tian said, tell me, what did you do last night? Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you? This girl is on par with Yi Qinggu. Boo-hoo. Uncle Pervert, please let me go. I really hate you. At this moment, little Tong Tong also woke up and bawled. This child is getting more and more unlikable. Even a romantic and elegant person like me is always beaten by him. Li Tian glanced at the little guy. Yan Ishi stood in front of the temple, still not moving. He seemed to be connected to the ancient temple. He was enveloped by the golden morning glow and entered the Tao. Brother Yan seems to have learned something, Yi Fan said. The owner of this temple was undoubtedly a saint. He did not leave a word and was free and unrestrained. The saint's Tao is of a high temperament. It suits a carefree pervert like my senior brother. Just like how he never touched a single leaf in a field of flowers, they are all the same. Li Tian curled his lips. After a long time, Yan Ishi woke up with a solemn expression. He said that he touched a vague Tao but could not accurately capture it. Junior brother, use your heart to feel it. There is a Tao here that is similar to my sect's. You must get it. Are you sure that it is on par with the Tao of human desires? Li Tian was shocked. Yes. Yan Ishi nodded. Yi Fan came to a sudden realization. And Miaoyi must have attached great importance to this Tao. There was indeed a method they needed. Perhaps it really was a great fortune. This time, they entered the temple side by side. They stopped at every corner and used their hearts to feel it. Yi Fan was no exception. Dong, an ancient bell rumbled. There was a large bronze bell at the back of the temple. It was ringing without anyone pushing it and was covered in rust. Unfortunately, it is not a saint's weapon. It is just an ordinary bell and not a weapon. That's not right. This bell has been blessed by a saint and contains Buddhist light. Otherwise, it would not have existed in this world for so long. The few of them noticed the abnormality. They carefully pondered and extended their divine senses to feel it. However, they were disappointed in the end and did not obtain anything. This seemed to be an ancient bell that was frequently blessed by a saint and personally struck. There were no divine patterns of laws left behind. There were great Buddhas in every temple. Li Tian and Yan Ishi finally found the source. They stared at the ancient Buddha in the center that had lost its gilding and was only mottled with green rust. Soon, they entered a meditative state and immersed themselves in a kind of lofty Tao realm. They were unable to extricate themselves and soon obtained a flawless Tao art. Yi Fan did not go anywhere else. He stood in front of the ancient bell and after an unknown period of time, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bell was deafening. The entire grand ancient temple trembled as if it was about to collapse. Inside the main hall, Yan Ishi and Li Tian were shocked. Little Tong Tong hurriedly covered his ears and hid in the divine light emitted by Li Tian. What is little Brett you doing? He did not shatter that ancient bell with one punch. It is definitely not an ordinary item. That is a punch of a saint physique. Yan Ishi was shocked. Dong! Yi Fan punched out again. Golden blood chi soared into the sky. The big bell suddenly burst forth with endless Buddhist light and emitted an even louder sound that traveled thousands of miles. All the grass in the endless grassland was flattened and turned into a green carpet under the sound waves. A few lakes also surged with waves. Break for me! Yi Fan roared and punched again. The big bell immediately cracked, and Buddhist light soared into the sky, drowning the entire land. Wastrel, this is a treasure of Buddhism. He broke it. Li Tian stomped his feet. Buzz! At this moment, a great Buddha emerged from the cracked bronze bell. It was vivid and lifelike in the golden light. It was solemn and dignified as it sat there cross-legged. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted and took out his damaged saint weapon, the purple golden hammer. Li Tian and Yan Ishi felt their hair stand on end. They grabbed little Tong Tong and turned to leave, disappearing from the main hall in an instant. Ah! A Zen sound that wasn't very loud but spread throughout the grassland crossed the barrier of time and space, shaking the surroundings. The entire ancient temple was annihilated without a sound. This ancient sound collided with the purple golden hammer in Yi Fan's hand, producing a crisp crack. In the distance, Li Tian and Yan Yishi were aghast. What was the purple golden hammer? It was a damaged saint weapon. With it, one could run amok under the heavens. But now, a crack appeared from a person's roar. This was like the Arabian Nights, inconceivable. This is just a brand, but the divine sound he shouted out is so terrifying. It's too terrifying. Yan Yishi and Li Tian felt a chill down their spine. However, after this great Buddha released such a sound wave, its body suddenly became faint and could no longer display its previous might. Yi Fan put away the purple golden hammer and took a step forward. He directly reached for the center of the Buddha's eyebrows, wanting to grab it. Little brat Yi is trying to steal from the Buddha. He doesn't pay his respects but forcefully snatches it. This is really... Even someone as evil as Li Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Ho! Yi Fan's roar attacked the golden Buddha, causing it to awaken and react. Although he was very domineering, his heart was still excited because he knew he had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. He had encountered an ancient sound of the 6 words of Buddhism. In the present world, the Ho, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, and Ho words were almost lost. Only a few ancient temples in the western desert had one each, and it was difficult to reassemble them. Encountering the Ho sound here was a great opportunity, but the prerequisite was that he could obtain it. Yi Fan had been constantly evolving this sound, and he already had 1/10 of its power. It was incomparably vast and terrifying. Now that he had encountered it, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Break for me. He punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which entered the body of the great Buddha. It was not a physical body, but a type of brand. Ho! Next, the endless sound of Ho resounded, and at the same time, there was an indescribable chant. Convert to my Buddha. A boundless divine sound transmitted over, making the distant Li Tian and Yan Yishi absent-minded. They couldn't help but walk forward, wishing to kowtow and kneel in front of the great Buddha. The two of them were like this even though they were so far away, so there was no need to talk about the nearby Yi Fan. His head was drenched in sweat as he fell into the Buddha light imprint. This was a type of soul-ferrying secret technique, invading one's primordial spirit to forcefully convert them to Buddhism. There wasn't much harm, but it was almost like a cleansing of one's will, causing them to completely change. Carry forward the Buddhist Dharma, convert to my sect. A voice that was like a Buddhist chant sounded, so loud that even the deaf could hear, attacking one's soul. The Ho sound rotated, returning to Yi Fan's primordial spirit. At this moment it was also rumbling, assisting in the ferrying. Yi Fan couldn't help but silently chant the Ho divine sound. This was a type of forceful ferrying. To learn this incantation, one had to enter a Buddhist sect. This type of will force was incomparably terrifying, something left behind by an ancient Buddha. As Yi Fan chanted the Ho sound, an undying great Buddha appeared behind him, towering majestically. In addition, a few more appeared around him. Buddha light shone, wishing for him to kowtow and forever enter a Buddhist sect. What powerful Buddha light, worthy of being left behind by the Amitabha Buddha's 5th disciple. Countless years have passed, yet this imprint is still so terrifying. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. However, his mind was still like steel, not wavering in the slightest. Buddha transformation. Yi Fan roared loudly. At this moment, he operated the fighting character art of the 9 secrets, abandoning the Ho divine sound's Buddha light, preserving its power. He used the 9 secrets to evolve it, using the highest secret method of Taoism to transform it into Buddha. There will be a day when I will become unmatched in the present world. Even if the Amitabha Buddha comes, he won't be able to force me. I'll shatter him with a single fist. Yi Fan's black hair danced about chaotically, his eyes like lightning. All of the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a bronze-colored and sturdy body. He was still chanting the Ho sound, but the great Buddha behind him was gradually dissolving. In the end, a new figure appeared. It was him. This pervert learned someone else's supreme divine technique, but in the end, He only worshipped himself and even dissolved the Buddha. Not worshipping the earth, not worshipping the heavens, only believing in one's own body, this is a kind of conviction. But even the great emperor of ancient times, Amitabha Buddha, isn't willing to yield. This is indeed a pervert. Li Tian and Yan Yishi were muttering like this. In the end, all the Buddha light was cleanly dissolved by Yi Fan, and the great Buddha was completely replaced by his own divine statue, becoming an undying demonic god. In the end, with a loud roar, the cracked ancient bell completely collapsed and turned into fine powder. The Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared, turning into ashes along with the ancient temple. In the world, only he stood alone. The demonic god behind him shone with boundless radiance, merging with him and becoming the sole ruler. He used the fighting character art of the 9 secrets to completely transform the ho sound, transcending the past and applying it to himself. Walking the path of invincibility was his promise to Enmiaoui. From today onward, he would crush all obstructions. Saint Physique of the human race, where are you? I've come specifically to kill you, don't disappoint me. In the distant southern mountains, a young and terrifying ancient creature spoke like this. He was of the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient divine dynasties of assassins were also waiting quietly in the southern mountains for Yi Fan's return. Chapter 780. The prairie was so vast. Yi Fan had visited some ancient sects to find Tu Fei, but he couldn't find him. He had left his footprints in the wolf tribe and the snow-white sacred mountain. More than 10 years had passed. Theoretically, Tu Fei should have flown back to the eastern barren territory. However, he didn't find anything. Why? Is he not in the northern plain? Or is he even further away? Has he entered the place where the northern pole immortal light is born? It was a world of ice and snow. There was no land, only glaciers. Everything was white. Legend said that the god's relic was there. Every 100,000 years, a beam of immortal light would fly up. 100,000 years ago, a king realm expert of the Wang family had a beam of immortal light and turned it into their foundation. Unfortunately, his innate endowment was limited. He only had 1 foot in the sage realm. Should they go or not? Yi Fan thought that Tu Fei was trapped in that world of ice and snow. Otherwise, he would have appeared earlier. Since we have nothing to do, let's go and see. Perhaps we can meet the beam of immortal light that flies up every 100,000 years, urged Li Tian. After he had arrived in this world, he wanted to wander around every day. He hated that he couldn't explore the entire world to learn more about the man-desire Dao. I think many people in the southern mountains are plotting against you. They must have prepared a lot. If we don't follow the rules, they won't know what to do. At the right time, we can kill our way back, said Yan Yishi. He also agreed to go to the North Pole. There were sages who had crossed the sky. Of course, they had studied the secret space techniques and the teleportation formations. They had found many formations in the books that could teleport people a long distance. However, they could only understand the first volume. It was a formation that could teleport people hundreds of thousands of miles. It was hard to cross the big area. It's okay. We have the origin and the Xian Jades. We can carve many divine formations. We can cross the area several hundred times. I'm sure we can get there. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen had trampled the Wang family. Although they had taken some treasures symbolically, it was unimaginable that they had the divine materials to build the teleportation formation in the antiquity time. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, they disappeared from where they were and began the tedious journey. They traveled again and again, allowing them to experience the true meaning of the boundless void and the vastness of heaven and earth. In the end, they set foot on a vast expanse of white snow. There were glaciers everywhere, and it was bone-chilling cold. The air they exhaled immediately turned into ice shards. It was very difficult to see any living creatures here. This was an ice-cold bitter land. Apart from the pure white snow, there was nothing else to be seen. What's that? Not long after they set foot on the ice plains, they saw a huge block of ice. There seemed to be something sealed inside. Yi Fan lightly shouted, scattering the white snow. The glacier was exposed, and the inside of the ice was clear and transparent. It was a huge finger, several zhang long, dripping with blood. It had been cut off. What race is this? They all revealed strange expressions. According to their estimations, this was at least something from hundreds of thousands of years ago, but this creature was too big. Primordial Titan. Yi Fan recalled the records in some ancient books. There was a race that lived on this icy plain. They were hundreds of feet tall. Boom, boom, in the distance, an enormous noise sounded. The glacier was collapsing, enormous cracks appearing one after another, extending to where they were. Giant apes, they reach into the clouds. Li Tian cried out in surprise. At the end of the horizon, a huge figure was walking. It was hundreds of feet tall, and on its back was a whale that had been fished out from the frozen sea. It was as if it was carrying a river fish. His entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and every strand was several zhang long. They were densely packed and covered his entire body. Didn't the primordial titan go extinct long ago? How can there still be one? Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of creature was very rare. They were a special race that naturally knew how to cultivate. They could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and had an advantage over humans. That was because their bodies were too big, and the divine power they gathered every day was unimaginable. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the old leader of the primordial titan had fought a great battle with several human saints. He was invincible, and the heaven and earth were turned upside down. This one is just ordinary. The divine power within it is limited, so there's nothing to fear. Only, I wonder how many of them there are here. The icy plain was not as vast and boundless as the 5 great regions. The group headed straight for the center, and along the way, they saw several enormous ice palaces that reached into the clouds. They were even more majestic than mountains. These were clearly ancient ruins built by the primordial titan. There were immortal divine patterns carved on them that allowed them to stand tall all this time. This race was truly almost extinct. They had only seen 2 primordial titans after passing through most of the region. In the end, they approached the heart of the Arctic. This was a terrifying domain that was impossible to enter. All kinds of multicolored mists pervaded the air, and the radiance was chaotic and brilliant. At the center, there seemed to be a demonic well that was immeasurably deep and boundless. Many disorderly lights revolved around it. What kind of place is this? There's a great whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred li that seems to lead all the way underground. All kinds of multicolored ice shards splashed about. They carried a mysterious power as they blossomed with streaks of dazzling light in the air. Dense mists rose. Could this be the birthplace of the northern immortal light? The group stopped and felt great danger. The whirlpool formed by the disorderly light was boundlessly terrifying, and it was enough to grind a divine lord to pieces. The birthplace of the northern immortal light is truly abnormal. How can we enter? Even great completion kings can't enter its depths. Li Tian was unwilling. There's a person inside. Yan Ishi said. The ice and snow whirlpool merged with the disorderly light, forming a demonic well that could devour everything. There was a giant creature several dozen li in front of them. It's an old snow ape. No, it's an old giant. His age is terrifyingly high, and his waist is about to bend to the ground. This ancient giant was struggling with great difficulty. He wanted to approach the center of the immortal light, but it was difficult for him to succeed. There were terrifying wounds all over his body. Without a doubt, this ancient giant was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take a step into the whirlpool and release terrifying divine fluctuations like a furnace. Yi Fan and the others didn't take the risk. They opened their divine eyes and carefully observed the depths. There was an old woman at the very center. The 3 were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at each other in shock. At the center, all kinds of lights were flourishing even more intensely. There was also the terrifying great true essence that gushed out like rivers and seas. Ordinary people would immediately turn into powder upon entering. It's her. Yi Fan immediately recognized that this was the old woman from 6,000 years ago. She was someone from the same era as the old madman. There was a golden pyramid above her head. The sun, moon, and stars swirled about, releasing a hazy green energy that curled around her. She disappeared for so many years and actually came here. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that this golden pagoda was dug up from an ancient source mine in the north region. Back then, it startled many great figures, and in the end, it was taken away by the mysterious old woman. The golden pagoda had been buried underground since the archaic years and hadn't decayed even now. It was definitely a divine artifact that had been passed down through the ages. The old woman sat on top of the demonic well. She didn't move at all when facing all types of disorderly light. It was as if she had passed away in a seated posture, but also as if she was guarding something unfathomable. This is most likely an ancient saint. At the very least, she already has half a foot in this world. Li Tian said, feeling great reverence inside. Right now, she was sitting here, guarding the demonic well. With just a bit of thought, he knew that she was definitely waiting for a strand of immortal light that would only ascend once every 100,000 years. With such a saint here, no one else would have any hope. Judging from the old woman's appearance, it seemed like she had been waiting for many years. There are many disorderly lights in that huge ice cave. There seems to be a lot of corpses, Yenishi said. Let me see. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he shot out 2 beams of divine lightning that were hundreds of li long. This was the clairvoyant ability. At this moment, it was only at the initial stage. He could only use it for a short moment, but it was enough. Inside the ice cave, there were many colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-chilling. It was incomparably huge, and there were hundreds of thousands of corpses inside. Most of them had been frozen and were spinning along with the whirlpool. There were all kinds of clothes. Most of them belonged to ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Ah! Yi Fan was startled. In a special piece of divine ice, there was a young man sealed inside. At first glance, he seemed to be Tu Fei. When he wanted to see more, that piece of divine ice had sunk deep into the ice cave. It didn't float up again. Moreover, the power of the clairvoyant ability had disappeared. Is it really Tu Fei? How did he get trapped in the sealing god ice and get here? Is he dead or alive? Yi Fan was baffled. No, I want to get in there. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Kid Yi, don't take risks. Only saints can enter that place. Even if you have an unparalleled body, you can't take risks, advised Li Tian. Yi Fan had made up his mind. This trip was to find Tu Fei. Now that he had caught a glimpse of him, how could he give up? Boom! Yi Fan felt like he had barged into a terrifying black hole. All sorts of destructive energy surged towards him. Even with his powerful body, he still felt extreme pain. However, he didn't stop. He continued to move forward step by step, leaving many marks in the air. He crossed the red clouds and approached the land of death. What a monster! His saint physique is even more frightening than the king warriors at the top level. He has surpassed that ancient giant. He's about 70 to 80 miles inside. After 100 miles, Yi Fan couldn't endure anymore. His body was bleeding. Even his peerless body couldn't resist the world-grinding power. Stop before the saints. There was a stone stele that spun about, a few ancient characters clearly engraved on it. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan could sense that there was an even more terrifying aura spreading ahead, as if it could shatter the heavens. At this moment, even if he took out the purple gold hammer, he couldn't stop it. He couldn't move forward even an inch. He suspected that if he took a step forward, he would be smashed into meat paste. Brother Yi, stop. The path you've taken has surpassed the king warriors at the top level. Don't take risks, Yenishi sent him a message. Yi Fan frowned and looked forward. He had no way to get there. Only the warriors who had one foot in the Saint Realm could get there. "Precursor, do you remember me?" "We've met twice," shouted Yi Fan. However, the old woman deep inside the vortex didn't have any reaction. It seemed like she had passed away dozens of years ago. Yi Fan was shaken. Before the saints became the Great Path, it was always like this. Was she going to fall here? Today, the ancestors of the 10,000 immemorial tribes are about to come out. Crazy Oldie died in outer space. His blood dyed the sky. "Only you of the human clan can turn the tide," shouted Yi Fan one more time. However, the old woman didn't have any reaction. She was as still as a rock, as if her vitality had been extinguished. Chapter 781. Did she really die while waiting for the northern celestial light? Yi Fan was shaken. When he used his clairvoyant eye, he saw the old woman's body surrounded by complicated patterns of the Great Path. She was about to melt in the air. This was the sign of an ancient saint transforming into the Great Path. Is she really going to transform into the Great Path? Yi Fan couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Another human saint was about to leave this world. Who else in this world could resist the immemorial ancestor king? No matter how many times he called or how many messages he sent, the old woman didn't respond. She was motionless like a stone statue, cold and without any aura. Only the black pagoda above her head hovered in the air, sending down flows of green energy that resonated with the patterns of the Great Path. Why is it like this? She's going to quietly die here. Yi Fan sighed. The saint was nameless and didn't appear in the world. Even her death was silent. Yi Fan thought that she was waiting for the northern celestial light to appear. But she couldn't get it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. He tried his best to step forward and enter the area that only saints could enter. But in the blink of an eye, he saw his feet cracking. Even though he had a saint physique and his flesh was much stronger than any other physique, he still couldn't compare with a saint. The difference was like the sky and the earth. If ordinary cultivators were mortals, then saints were immortals. Crack. Even though he took out the purple lightning hammer, it was useless. The cracks on it were making noises. If it continued like this, if he forced his way deeper, it would definitely break. Even if he had a real saint weapon, it wouldn't work. This place required the power of a saint. A weapon alone couldn't solve the problem. This place didn't only involve the Great Path but also the spiritual pressure and the test of the origin. That was why there was a stone tablet here that said no saints could enter. "Senior, if you know something and can still help, please save that young man sealed in the divine ice and help him break free," Yi Fan said. He couldn't move forward anymore. Eventually, he had to step out of the terrifying whirlpool. All kinds of chaotic lights slashed on his body, creating clanking sounds. Not long ago, he had caught a glimpse of two Fae. However, he couldn't get in. In this world, not only the Eastern Baron had the 7 great forbidden areas, but other places also had terrifying secret areas that humans couldn't enter. A sage has died. Yi Fan's heart was heavy. In the present age, there was no longer a saint to protect her. Old Madman had died in battle in the outer realms, and this old woman had also transformed into the Tao, vanishing from this world. In the western desert, there was a victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru. It was rumored that his abilities were exceedingly high. However, when Yi Fan returned, he heard that he too had passed away after undergoing nirvana. When the ancestral kings of the various races of the primordial era appeared, who could stop them? Yi Fan did not know that after he left the terrifying multicolored vortex, he felt a pressure greater than the heavens. This was a great world that made people despair. The human race actually didn't have a single saint who could intimidate the world in this world. Those who died in meditation, and those who fell had all withered away. Moreover, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of the western desert was still alive, it was hard to say whether he was human or not. The barbarian war god seemed unharmed, but Yi Fan had learned some secrets from the old barbarian king. This was an ancient saint who had almost transformed into the Tao. Coincidentally, he obtained the divine origin liquid and sealed his body. He was in a state of immortality and couldn't truly walk out. Otherwise, who would choose to seal themselves when they were at the peak of their power? All saints were people with great perseverance. Their hearts were as firm as steel, and they would never retreat. Proving the Tao was their only choice. Turning oneself into a foundation was a last resort. It was the most helpless choice. As long as the divine origin liquid was shattered, he wouldn't be able to live for long in this world. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi all sighed. They didn't expect to see a saint about to transform into the Tao in a place where a strand of immortal light was born every 100,000 years. At this moment, a massive pressure fell on them, making them gloomy. This great world was really dangerous. There wasn't a great sage of the human clan who was still standing. In fact, if the immemorial tribe had appeared several thousand years later, everything would have been different. It's a great era with many kings and different physiques. If those people could grow up, they would be really intimidating. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. This was a vast white world with a biting cold. Tu Fei, I hope that one day, I can see you get rid of your confinement and fight your way out. Yi Fan turned around. Shi Yan didn't know how many years it would be when they met again. Things were still the same, but people were different. Wild grass withered and flourished. Many heroes had died of old age. Dust to dust, dust to dust. Big rivers changed their routes. Giant lakes dried up. The world changed. Time passed. The chosen ones of the human clan would grow old one day. If one day, all of his old friends and enemies in this world were old and buried in the soil, and only he was still alive, even if he could shock the past, present, and future, it would be a kind of sorrow. In this vast world, no one would know him anymore. Yi Fan smiled. In just a blink of an eye, he thought it was too far away. It wasn't real. However, why did he feel so frightened? The saint physique could live for at least 10,000 years. Could it be that he could only sigh and reminisce when he was old? His friends and lovers should have been buried in the soil for many years. If he didn't have any old friends in this world, and his enemies were all dead, it would be terrible if he didn't have anyone who was at the same age as him. If the entire world was his enemy, it could become another situation. The entire world would be silent. Perhaps the great ancient emperors had experienced this kind of sorrow. It was much more terrible than having enemies everywhere. The southern ridge had so many mountains and valleys with great veins everywhere. Half a month had already passed. Yi Fan and the others returned, but they didn't go to the barbarian tribe. They were very quiet and kept a low profile. Yi Fan knew that once he appeared, there would most likely be a great battle. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching him? Even if he flattened an ancient family, there would still be a few vicious people who wanted to eliminate him. Of course, he also wanted to kill those people. Some grudges couldn't be dissolved and needed to be completely settled. Yi Fan didn't know that there were old friends waiting for him in the barbarian tribe. He came to the Vermilion Bird City because he heard that Zi Tian had come. The Bright Moon Palace was an extremely mysterious heavenly palace. It was hidden in the sky above the Vermilion Bird City, and only the most powerful of a region could enter. Those who could come here all had great backgrounds. There was a peaceful and pure land for sect master level figures to gather and talk about the Tao. There was also a romantic place where peerless beauties of the southern ridge could perform, but they definitely wouldn't stay the night. Apart from this, there was also an ancient cave that was left behind by an ancient sage. It was moved here to allow those who came later to comprehend the Tao and attract living fossils. The Bright Moon Pavilion was located in the sky above the southern ridge Vermilion Bird City. From the outside, it looked like a heavenly palace, but after entering, it was a completely different world. There was a small world here that had a circumference of 100 li. It had existed for many tens of thousands of years. In one of the gardens, the forest was deep and serene. It was close to a small river, and the sound of a zither could be heard. The melody was soothing at first, and then it became more and more intense. Layer by layer, it created a scene of 100 ships vying for the current and a dragon leaping through the vast ocean. In front of the zither was a bright and beautiful young lady. She wore light muslin, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her fingers were nimble, and divine splendor surrounded her body. She was extremely beautiful. The southern ridge's goddess Wu lives up to her reputation. Her melody can move the 9 heavens, and it is very fitting. The current world is full of dragons and tigers. It is a great world where all kinds of physiques appear. Many people want to leap up and turn into a true dragon to soar through the 9 heavens. A man sighed. Wu Fei was one of the 4 great goddesses of the southern ridge. Not only was she beautiful, but she had also entered the Tao through music. She had amazing attainments. Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Lingdao, and Xie Siyuan were the young experts of the southern ridge. Although they were not as powerful as the southern demon, they had great backgrounds. Some were divine sons, some were direct descendants of ancient demons, and some had even inherited orthodoxies and officially become extremely respected young sect masters. However, they were not the main characters at the moment. They were accompanying the young master of the Valley of Divinities and inviting Zi Tiandu to a grand banquet. This garden was very quiet with a small river running through it. Pavilions and terraces dotted the forest, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There was a feeling of returning to nature and returning to simplicity. Not only did Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan invite Wu Fei, one of the 4 heavenly ladies of the southern mountains, but they also invited a few other pearls of the southern mountains. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past and present. The experts of the ancient race had obviously come out because they wanted to be on good terms with the Valley of Divinities. The pearls of the southern ridge usually had their eyes on the top of their heads. They had always ignored the pursuit and flattery of their peers. But now, they were very different. Their smiles were moving, and each of them was stunning. They were easy to get along with. They would only give face when the talents of the southern ridge invited them and put down their status to attend the gathering. Moreover, the distinguished guests today were not ordinary. Brother Zi's appearance has attracted the attention of the world. Your cultivation is truly admirable. Please give me some pointers in the future. Qin Yuan was obviously trying to get closer to him. Brother Chen is too kind. There are so many experts in the world today. I'm nothing. Not to mention the other races, just the talents of the human race are enough to shock the world, Zi Tiandu said. Brother Zi, you don't have to be so humble. How many people in the world can compete with you? Even the famous Saint Physique can't compare, Kong Linghua said. In today's great world, even though there are many geniuses and hundreds of barges vying for the current, Brother Zi is too modest. You should be one of the strongest. One of the pearls of the southern ridge smiled. She was extremely charming. Another pearl of the southern ridge smiled sweetly. I've heard that the ancient races are about to come out. I've heard that Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, the heavenly prince, and the divine silkworm Daoist are all famous since ancient times. They have the bloodline of ancient emperors, so they should be peerless experts. They should be the strongest in the world. With these stunning beauties present, the atmosphere was not dull at all. The atmosphere was lively as everyone chatted happily. Those people are unfathomable. They indeed have the bloodline of ancient emperors. Their future achievements are unpredictable, Zi Tiandu said. Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, and the others rarely appear in the world. I wonder if they have passed the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao. At this time, one of the 4 heavenly girls, Wu Fei, also spoke. Her voice was sweet like pearls falling on a jade plate. She was bright and moving with divine splendor lingering around her body. She was known as the heavenly girl in the southern ridge and had countless pursuers. Normally, it was almost impossible to invite her, but today was an exception. Beside her, the pearls of the southern ridge were all outstanding beauties. If they weren't the phoenixes of top sects or the princesses of the demon dynasty, they were still a bit inferior. Even though they were unconvinced, they knew the disparity. At this time, even someone like Zi Tiandu, who placed cultivation first, was stunned after seeing southern ridge heavenly girl Wu Fei. He paid close attention and said, I'm not sure if they have slashed the immortal Dao, but it shouldn't be a problem against your human race's saint physique. They can be killed. They are so powerful that they can even kill a saint physique that can flatten the northern plains? A pearl of the southern ridge was astonished. Of course, they are the descendants of ancient emperors. There are even some descendants of ancient emperors whose bloodline power is unimaginably powerful. Human race's saint physique isn't enough. Xia Xiyuan, one of the southern ridge geniuses, said. Qin Yuan said, Brother Z, please introduce us in the future. If we can invite the descendants of ancient emperors like Yuan Gu and Huangshu Dao to discuss the Dao, it will be a great event. Alright, I'm here for the human race's saint physique. If I get rid of him, I'll invite them to the southern ridge to meet you after returning to the eastern wilderness. At the scene, there were not only the divine sons and sect masters of the demon race, but also the human race geniuses and pearls. They didn't say anything when they heard this. Everyone, don't worry. I'm only an enemy of the human race's saint physique. Now that the 10,000 races have come into the world, I won't fight against the human race. I'll be closer to everyone, Zi Tiandu said. Clang, clang, long swords rang out, and someone played the sword and sang loudly. They charged into the garden, and the entire forest seemed to be boiling. Killing intent was like the sea, and golden blood energy rushed into the sky. Zi Tiandu, did you come for me? How can I not accompany you? I'll kill you today. Chapter 782. Yi Fan moved with the sword in hand, walking over with large steps. He flicked the sword with his finger, releasing zheng-zheng sounds. Sword energy appeared in thousands of illusions, cold and bone-chilling. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, illuminating the entire garden. There were more than 10 ancient creatures at the entrance of the garden, all of them with elk horns on their heads, bodies covered in silver scales. Their appearances were strange and sinister, blocking his path. Not a single one of them was weak, all of them vicious figures who crawled out from piles of archaic corpses. Otherwise, how could they serve as guards at Divine Valley's young master's side? Without saying a single word, there were ancient creatures who opened their divine eyes, firing out their own Dao sources, immediately delivering a fatal blow. There were some who opened their mouths and spat out divine beads, immediately exploding, destroying their own secret treasures. Their expressions were cold. This was a group of ancient creatures that grew up in piles of bones. All of them had an indomitable aura, carrying the resolution to perish together with their enemies as they slaughtered their way over. Pooh! Yi Fan's sword brandished out, severing spacetime, cutting open the divine eye's Dao source. He flicked forward, and the eye hole exploded. Blood gushed out into the distance, ending its life on the spot. Then, he followed up with a stab. That exploded divine bead turned into ashes, all of its divine force extinguished. The sword body shot forward, nailing itself between its brows. Blood gushed out, and its corpse fell. The dozen or so ancient creatures were as cold as an icehouse, not feeling any fear. They threw themselves forward, not fearing death at all. They either reached out their giant claws or spat out Dao weapons from their mouths, resisting the great enemy together. Yi Fan flicked out his sword, cold light rushing out, drowning out this place like a heavenly river. He killed 10 with a single step, taking action ruthlessly. Pooh! An archaic creature's shoulder was sliced through, half its body flying out, carrying with it a large expanse of blood. Caw! An archaic creature was pierced through by a sword. Its chest first caved in, and then all of its bones exploded. White bone stubble and flesh flew in all directions. Pung! The iron sword swept out, radiance blazing, cutting through 7 or 8 archaic creatures at the waist. Blood splashed outwards, dyeing the grass and trees red. Bloody mists surged. Paw! Yi Fan turned his hand over, sending the skull of an archaic creature behind him flying with a paw sound. A streak of white brain matter that was dyed with wisps of blood rushed out, and then the corpse directly fell. Ah, an ancient creature comparable to a sect master, its age not young. It immediately released its most powerful attack, but it still couldn't stop Yi Fan's exceptional sharpness. Killed with one slash. The iron sword hacked apart his ancient weapon, destroyed his Dao foundation, and chopped off his head. Along with a long string of blood, his head flew into the garden and rolled toward those people in front of him. Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, Xie Siyuan, and the others' expressions all changed. The smiles on the faces of the few pearls of the southern mountains also froze. This man was simply like a demonic god. With only a single sword, he charged over, and no one could stop him even half a step. Among them, there was no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation ancient lifeforms. Even after the baptism of blood, they were still like chickens, having their lives severed. Now, there was no need for an introduction, everyone knew that it was the human race sacred physique. Nanling Jun and Ming Zhu, regardless of whether they were from the demon race or the human race, were stunned. Even though everyone here had their eyes at the top of their heads, they were still filled with reverence for this killing god. Recently, there were many rumors about him. Just now, they were still discussing wantonly, and there were even some who belittled and criticized Yi Fan. But now that they saw him in person, not a single one of them dared to be disrespectful. Their bodies were all stiff. Under the rage of Yi Fan, he led tens of thousands of cavalrymen to flatten an ancient aristocrat clan. Who didn't know of such a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event? Everyone here had their own clan, and they were all in the southern mountains. Who wouldn't feel guilty? Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the southern mountains, could still be considered calm. Her eyes flickered with light, and she remained calm from start to finish. Xie Siyuan and Qin Yuan, on the other hand, weren't so calm. Earlier, they had criticized the human race sacred physique. Right now, they felt uneasy and their hearts were filled with guilt. Some of the pearls of the southern mountain stabilized their emotions, revealing beautiful smiles as they gazed forward, trying their best to maintain their elegance and charm. Only Zi Tian remained unmoved, without any expression. He sat cross-legged behind the white jade table on the grass, his entire body glowing with a crystalline violet light. His eyes were as cold as knives. Pooh! When the last few powerful archaic creatures rushed forward, Yi Fan pushed his iron sword forward like a collapsing Mount Tai. The most powerful individuals in front all cried out loudly. The light of the iron sword shone brilliantly, cutting through the heaven and earth and cutting them all in half. Yi Fan moved forward while leaning on his sword. He flicked the body of the sword with his finger, causing metallic sounds to ring out. His clothes were not stained with blood as he strode into the garden, and no one dared to stop him. The scene was deathly silent. Nowadays, everyone was talking about the human race sacred physique, but only when they truly faced it would they feel the pressure. The elites of the southern mountains didn't make a sound. They no longer had the high-spirited attitude they had before. The young man in front of them wielding a bloody iron sword made them feel an enormous pressure. The ordinary iron sword was very thick and heavy. Yi Fan's body was slender and sturdy. His green clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. However, he possessed an aura that could frighten one's soul. Although he looked delicate and pretty, he possessed the aura of a monarch overlooking the world, making others feel suffocated. He stood in the garden, causing the previously enthusiastic atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Everyone felt the pressure. Xiao! Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the iron sword onto the ground, stabbing it into a boulder. It trembled for a while, and fresh blood dripped down. It was a ghastly sight. Zi Tiandu, didn't you come for me? It must have been hard on you. Otherwise, I would have gone to the eastern wasteland to kill you. His calm and confident words caused the temperature in the garden to drop rapidly. Yi Fan spoke very naturally, but he revealed a strong conviction. You think you can suppress and kill me? Zi Tiandu stood up. The bloodline he inherited from the far ancient imperial race made him tall and majestic. At the same time, he was incomparably heroic, just like a purple heavenly king. If I can't even kill you, how can I be invincible in the present age? Yi Fan clasped his hands behind his back. Facing a young master of the far ancient imperial race, he didn't look like he was facing a great enemy at all. Behind him, whether it was the southern mountains goddess Wu Fei or the other pearls, their expressions changed as divine splendor circulated around them. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xie Siyuan were all shaken. They felt a suffocating pressure even more. It was as if they could already see a scene. After hundreds or thousands of years, the human race's divine physique would reach great completion and rule the world, suppressing their generation and the people of the 5 regions until they were as silent as cicadas in winter. The entire world would lose its voice. Humph! A cold snort sounded. 2 old ancient creatures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were covered densely in purple scales, making one shiver in fear. Shameless boasting. Even the bloodline of the ancient emperors might not dare to say this. What does a human race's divine physique count for? My race has been asleep for too long and has been forgotten by others. No matter how powerful you are still just a type of human physique. You are nothing more than a clay dog. The 2 old ancient creatures pounced forward together. They wanted to immediately display their might and destroy all of Yi Fan's confidence and conviction. Their bodies swelled up like 2 prehistoric horned dragons. Their scales were dense, and their bodies pierced through the void. Get lost. Yi Fan had a hand behind his back. He only brandished his right fist. Immediately, golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, filling the entire garden and collapsing heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably bold and powerful. It pressed forward courageously. With just a single fist, all magical treasures, convictions, and battle chi were shattered. The 2 ancient creatures were extremely powerful. If they fought normally, Yi Fan would have to expend quite a bit of effort. However, right now, after concentrating all of his essence, energy, and spirit, the effects were completely different. Pooh! These 2 old creatures were smashed into more than 10 pieces. Their bones and body fragments shot out in all directions, turning into a bloody mist that scattered between heaven and earth. Forget about the others, even Zi Tian's pupils contracted. His head of hair danced about, and his entire body was filled with purple radiance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 ancient creatures were extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of the divine physique, they were nothing. They couldn't even block a single fist and were smashed into pieces. At this moment, golden battle chi pervaded the air. The power of the divine physique surged, drowning out the entire garden. Yi Fan looked forward and walked over step by step. At this moment, Li Tian also appeared, standing at the entrance of the garden, blocking everyone's path. There was an evil smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yan Ishi had a different type of temperament. His white clothes were elegant and otherworldly. He stood in the rear garden, blocking the path. Human race's divine physique, I was just about to look for you. Since you delivered yourself to me, there's nothing more to say. Kill. Zi Tian finally took action. Above his head, a purple ancient pagoda rose and fell. Thunder rumbled through the heavens, and tens of thousands of thick strands of purple energy descended, protecting him below. Hong. He was extremely arrogant. His expression was cold as he attacked head-on. A fist directly smashed out, pressing forward courageously. The sound of the fist was like a tsunami, boundless and ear-splitting. Wave after wave swept through the 9 heavens, rumbling endlessly, making everyone's ears ring with wang-wang sounds. This was an enormous fist force. Traces of the Tao were engraved on it, densely interweaving with each other. Fluctuations like lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Purple energy overflowed like a great river, startling the entire small world. In the other gardens, many experts were horrified. They all looked towards this direction, their minds shaken. Yi Fan's precious appearance was dignified. His heart roared, and his body formed an imprint. In that instant, he had the appearance of a ruler of the human race. He looked down on the world, looking down on all races. In the boundless great Tao, only he was supreme. Human ruler imprint. He displayed this magical imprint at this moment, and it naturally had an extremely special meaning. He was facing off against a descendant of the archaic imperial clan. He was using this ancient precious imprint that had been lost for many years to fight, displaying his determination. Yifan's right hand turned into a precious imprint of heaven and earth. It was engraved with the undying holy splendor of the human race. As it descended, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. There had never been a time when he understood this kind of precious imprint so thoroughly. His spirit sublimated, and his iron-like will poured into the human ruler imprint. At this moment, heaven and earth intersected. The boundless great Tao rumbled and rumbled. An undying radiance flowed out from the surface of Yifan's body, making him seem divine and inviolable. He was dignified and grand. The hearts of the southern mountains geniuses all jumped. They couldn't help but lower their heads and kowtow. Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies, as well as the pearls of the southern mountains, all had strange expressions on their faces. They resisted this pressure with all their strength. Hong. Once the human ruler imprint appeared, there was an indescribable Tao light that spread in all directions. All humans found it hard to calm their hearts, and their blood boiled. This was the first collision between Yifan and Zi Tiandu. Purple energy surged, piercing through the 9 heavens. Zi Tiandu roared, and his head of hair stood on end. Behind him, an ancient king appeared. And behind Yifan, there was also a ruler of the human race that appeared. It was as if they wanted to crush the endless heavens, terrifying beyond compare. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a violent collision, the human ruler imprint descended. The ruler of the human race behind Yifan that looked exactly the same as him won by a bit, trampling the ancient king under its feet. Ah! Zi Tiandu roared, and an even more ferocious fist smashed over. Yifan also roared. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, and all of it scattered behind him. He swung his arms, suppressing forward. Chapter 783. Zi Tiandu's entire body glowed with violet light. Every strand of his hair was glowing as a violet chi towered tens of thousands of meters into the sky. With a loud roar, the entire world trembled. This punch was tyrannical, containing the indomitable aura of the young lord of the divine spirit valley. His violet robes fluttered in the wind as his battle chi gushed forth like the surging seas. How valiant was Yifan! At his current cultivation realm, he had no fear for second-level Immortal Foundation characters. It was impossible for him to retreat. This strike shook the heavens and earth. When the 2 of them collided, a burst of light akin to the collapse of the starry sky could be seen. This place became the center of the tempest, rapidly expanding outwards. Large amounts of blood rained down. Zi Tiandu's hair was disheveled and his entire arm was drenched in blood. His right fist was deformed, convulsing uncontrollably as it was flung out. The moment this strike landed, there was a conclusion to everything. Zi Tiandu was at an absolute disadvantage. His fist was almost shattered and the intense pain caused his facial features to contort, leaving behind a large patch of blood. There would always be people saying how powerful the saint physique was and how unparalleled the flesh shell was. But as the successor of the supreme ancient royal clan, he had always been conceited and had never seen such a physique before. He basically didn't believe that there was someone who could be compared to the royal bloodline. Right now, he finally paid a painful price and experienced the toughness of this physique. Even the body of the royal bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan couldn't block the body of a saint physique. This was the most intuitive understanding of everyone. Their subconscious hearts trembled. Would the bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan be able to block this? Yifan seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack. After executing the Ro incantation, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It was still the human king imprint, slamming down like a golden cliff. A series of drum sounds rang out, so heavy that it sounded like heavenly thunder. A dragon-skinned drum appeared in Zi Tiandu's hands, and with every beat, a beam of Tao light shot out. Boom! At the very end, it was like mountains and rivers were toppling and overturning the seas. Boundless violet waves gushed forth, blocking Yifan's path forward. This was a heavenly voice of the ancient Tao. Zi Tian used his magic power and understanding of the Tao to block Yifan. Just one clash of flesh was enough. He had already suffered a great loss and didn't want Yifan to get close to him again. Crackle. His bones crackled, and the twisted joints in his right fist shifted and quickly grew back to its original shape, returning to its peak state. Dong dong, the heavenly drum vibrated, as if a magnificent army was galloping. Waves of purple waves rushed towards Yifan. The sound of the drum shook the heavens, and each wave could kill an expert. The purple sound wave seemed like it was going to shatter the will of heaven and earth, shaking Yifan so much that he felt dizzy. This was a terrifying secret treasure with astonishing destructive power. The dragon skin drum was an imitation of a primordial ancestor king's weapon. Its power was extraordinary, and a sudden strike from time to time could directly destroy an opponent's primordial spirit, killing them in an instant. At such a close distance, if it weren't for Yifan facing the drumming, he would have died on the spot. Open. Yifan's right hand formed the human ruler seal and his left hand formed the heaven-flipping seal. He broke all of the Dao marks and slapped towards the purple dragon skin drum, wanting to pierce through it. Dong! The sound of the drum was oppressive, and Zi Tiandu's ruthlessness was released. His eyes were like cold lightning as he forcefully struck the drum, sending out tens of thousands of sound waves, drowning the area in front of him. Above his head, the ancient purple pagoda drew upon the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled, and thick purple energy poured down like a myriad of purple swords to hack at Yifan. Hong! Yifan's path forward was blocked, and his mind was restless. His primordial spirit was unstable, and he was almost sent flying by the 2 archaic secret treasures. His body swayed. On the side, Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, Xie Siyuan, and the others were all alarmed. They all flew backwards, and they were somewhat expectant, hoping that Zi Tiandu would win. After all, they had criticized Yifan behind his back, and they were afraid that he had heard it. The sound of the drum shook the sky, directly shattering the space around Yifan. The purple sound waves rumbled like a magnificent army trampling over, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Ah! Yifan shouted loudly, using the incantation to resist the ancient sound. This shout made the souls of all the cultivators in this small world tighten, as if they had been struck by a heavy punch. One could imagine how terrifying the battle was. A demonic god that looked exactly like him appeared behind Yifan, and its magical image suppressed the heaven and earth, shattering the entire garden with its roar. Once the Buddhist incantation was spoken, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The earth, fire, wind, and water rotated and split apart. A terrifying beam of light rushed into the purple energy and struck the dragon skin drum. Dong! A shocking sound rang out. This time, the sound of the drum wasn't struck by Zi Tiandu himself, but rather by Yifan. Divine might surged out like a vast ocean. Zi Tiandu shouted loudly, and his entire body trembled. Under the sound of the the dragon skin drum was pierced through. This was a secret treasure that possessed great power. Even living fossils and top-notch divine lords couldn't destroy it. However, today, it was shattered by Yifan's roar. This secret treasure became history. The skin of the drum deflated, and its light dimmed. What was more frightening was that it was still shattering. The mantra was transformed by Yifan with the fighting secret word, and it became the battle's sacred sound that was suitable for him to use. Its power was evident now. The remaining power hadn't dissipated yet. Zi Tiandu's body shook violently, and cracks appeared one after another. What? In the distance, everyone was astonished. The divine physique of the human race was frightening. Just one roar was enough to severely injure a great enemy. Pfft! Zi Tiandu opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ancient tower above his head shook, and tens of thousands of strands of purple energy poured down, finally cutting off the aftermath of the Even my dragon skin drum was broken. Zi Tiandu fell back and stared at the broken drum in his hand. Only a corner of the dragon skin was left. Back then, he had tried all kinds of weapons to attack it, but none of them had damaged it in the slightest. But now, it had been shattered by a single roar. How terrifying was this? The Southern Mountains goddess Wu Fei couldn't help but stroke her zither. She had entered the Tao through music, so she knew how terrifying the divine sound confrontation just now was. She was shocked by Yi Fan's roar. Qin Yuan, Xia Xiyuan, and the others were also pale. They couldn't help but think of what would happen if they were in the battlefield. Boom! Yi Fan was like a furnace, burning the sky with splendor. A powerful aura gushed out, making it difficult for people to breathe. No matter how far away they stood, they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. The beautiful faces of the Southern Mountains goddesses turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't know how powerful Yi Fan was, but they were even more frightened now that they were personally witnessing the battle. There wasn't a single person who didn't retreat. Even the spectators who arrived later were scared, and all of them retreated into the horizon. Is this a divine physique? It's him. He killed his way here alone to take the life of the Valley of God's young master. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was the archaic imperial race? Who was willing to provoke them? Although Zi Tiandu wasn't as powerful as Huang Shudao, Yuan Gu, or the Heavenly Prince, and he didn't have the bloodline of an ancient emperor, it was still enough to intimidate the world. During these 10-odd years, he had taken action several times, and all of them were earth-shattering. Some people guessed that he was about to sever the Tao. However, Yi Fan dared to kill him alone. This kind of power shocked everyone. The heaven and earth rumbled. Yi Fan broke through the sky with one hand, and he still didn't use any weapons. He only relied on his fist to attack Zi Tiandu. His golden battle chi submerged the area and turned it into a surging sea. Zi Tiandu felt an enormous pressure. The person before him was too terrifying. Could it be that he was on par with Huang Shudao and the others and possessed the same bloodline power? He was horrified. This was the first time he understood that the human race's divine physique was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bang! Zi Tiandu fought Yi Fan with all his might. The ancient pagoda above his head swayed, and the purple energy that filled the sky rushed in all directions like a long river. The void was like a broken painting that couldn't be stopped. Dang! Yi Fan used his fist to clash head-on against Zi Tiandu's violet pagoda, using his flesh shell to clash head-on against Zi Tiandu's great Tao energy. Each and every punch contained a towering golden battle chi. This was a world-shocking battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. The courtyard had long since been destroyed, and this scene shocked everyone. In this small world, everyone had a great background. There were many at the sect leader level, and there were also many young geniuses and beauties from the Southern Mountains range. All of them were characters with status and prestige, and all of them were shocked. Dang! When the battle reached the 500th round, Yi Fan punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattering the void. The top level of the violet pagoda cracked open before it exploded with a bang. What? Zi Tiandu was shocked. One of the 5 levels of the pagoda was destroyed. The impact to him was too great. This weapon was refined by an old man in his clan. Unless one was a true king, they wouldn't be able to damage it at all. Its defense was so strong that even second-level Immortal Foundation experts wouldn't be able to destroy it even if they came in contact with the domain of the 7 Forbidden. However, reality caused everyone to be shocked. Yi Fan didn't even use a weapon. He merely relied on his fists to shatter the pagoda. The golden battle chi was like the sea, gushing forth once more. Zi Tiandu screamed in pain as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was flung through the air along with the 4th level of the pagoda. The royal races of the supreme ancient immortal realms are merely so. Yi Fan spoke. He was like a golden god of war as he walked over. His entire body radiated a boundless sacred light, exuding an aura of divinity, causing people to involuntarily look up to him. The impact of this strike to Zi Tiandu was extremely great, almost destroying his conviction of victory. The saint physique of the human race only relied on a pair of fists to shatter his pagoda, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Die! Zi Tiandu went crazy. At this stage, there was no longer any path of retreat. Even if he wanted to flee, it would be impossible. Boom! Yi Fan's fist even more domineeringly smashed over. His body was surrounded by endless holy light, almost like a deity, descending from the heavens, tearing through everything. A single fist blasted the last 4 floors of the purple pagoda into pieces. Ah! Zi Tiandu cried out miserably. His body flew out diagonally, and strands of blood gushed out from his mouth. This time, he was definitely heavily injured. The power of the Saint Physique was so great that it could easily flatten a mountain. Without the protection of the pagoda, the impact just now was too great. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He didn't stop and chased after Zi Tiandu. Fist after fist smashed out. Boundless sacred light filled every inch of space between heaven and earth. Zi Tiandu used his hands to block, but they shattered on the spot. Even his chest almost exploded. His body crisscrossed and was covered in countless cracks as blood gushed out. Do you still remember a human youth called Dongfang Yi who slaughtered them all? Did you ever think that a day like this would come? Yi Fan asked. Of course I remember. Isn't it that uncivilized savage? He was extremely difficult to kill, but in the end, he was trapped at Falling Eagle Cliff and his blood splashed onto the stone walls. Zi Tiandu cruelly smiled. He didn't have anything to fear now. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Falling Eagle Cliff was a place where even eagles would fall when they landed. This was an ominous land where many strange things had occurred. Not even the ancient races were willing to approach. An uncivilized savage? Is this your evaluation? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. His blood boiled and his clothes burst apart as he attacked with everything he had. Zi Tiandu cruelly smiled. He's just a savage. So what if I kill him? He knew that he wouldn't have a good ending today, so he was throwing caution to the wind. At this moment, Yi Fan could only brandish his fists and use his invincible strength to shatter everything in his way. He would trample this person beneath his feet in order to wash away the resentment of his old friend. All sorts of weapons in the skies were destroyed. Yi Fan was crazily slaughtering. He found an opportunity and tore off Zi Tiandu's regenerated arms, causing them to drip with fresh blood. Pung! Ah! In the next moment, Yi Fan's foot descended from the skies. With overwhelming combat strength, he trampled down on Zi Tiandu's chest and descended straight down. Puff! This was a bloody scene. Yi Fan trampled down on Zi Tiandu, his foot shattering his chest to pieces. His foot passed through and landed on the ground. The ancient royal races are nothing more than this. Yi Fan held his hands behind his back and looked down on him. He had destroyed all of Zi Tiandu's self-confidence and dignity. Chapter 784. Blood dripped everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stepped on Zi Tiandu as he descended from the sky. He crushed his chest with one foot, splitting it into pieces. His soul passed through and landed on the ground. This scene stunned everyone. It was unknown how many sect masters there were in this garden, and even more so how many up-and-coming talents there were in the southern mountains. The bright pearls of the dynasties and great sects all lost their luster. The scene of blood died. The magnificent young master of the Valley of Gods, the inheritor of an archaic race, was defeated by the human race's divine physique just like that. Yi Fan didn't use any tricks, and he didn't even reveal his weapon. It was purely an aesthetic of violence. He crushed everything with his golden fists. He was unrivaled in the present age. Everyone could feel that there was such a belief in his heart. Yi Fan's decisive words and actions made everyone feel a type of sharpness. He destroyed all obstacles, and everything that stood in his way was smashed to pieces with a single punch. Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, Kong Linghua, and Xia Siyuan all had snow-white faces. They were greatly alarmed and felt extremely uneasy. Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies, was still fine, but the bright pearls were also uneasy. They were thinking about whether or not they had criticized the human race's divine physique when they were smiling sweetly. Many people were shocked. They all watched from the distance, and no one dared to approach. The ground was scarlet red. Yi Fan stepped there just like that. Zi Tiando's body was split into pieces, and at this moment, a large golden hand pressed down to completely end his life. Zi Tiando released an incomparably mournful cry. His body completely collapsed and turned into an expanse of brilliance. However, everyone was shocked. This was done on his own initiative. A blazing light appeared. Another Zi Tiando stood in the void and broke free from under Yi Fan's feet. He merged with his primordial spirit and pounced forward. The entire heaven and earth rumbled. All types of great Tao patterns appeared. What undying, what eternal, what ancient. Everything seemed like it was going to be destroyed. A supreme deity. Everyone felt this kind of aura. This light form Zi Tiando merged with his primordial spirit and became even more terrifying. The void immediately froze, and for a short moment, it was as if everything had come to a standstill. Do you think my divine spirit valley is called that for nothing? Zi Tian said coldly. Yi Fan found it hard to move his body. He was bound in the void, and the godlike body of light in front of him shot out terrifying beams of light. What we focus on is the path of divinity, the fleshly body is merely a relay station. Zi Tiandu roared, blasting towards Yi Fan's primordial spirit, wanting to destroy him within his immortal foundation. The final goal of the Valley of Divinity was to cultivate the primordial spirit and refine one's own spirit. When one reached the highest level, they would give up their corporeal body. Zi Tiandu was far from reaching the highest cultivation realm. If he wasn't forced into this type of dangerous situation, he wouldn't dare use it at all, because he could easily be killed. But today, he succeeded, and there was no danger. Boom! Yi Fan's flesh shell looked as if it had been struck by lightning. A crack appeared between his brows, and a strand of blood flowed out. However, his body did not fall and was still standing. What a powerful physique. It would be too much of a pity to destroy it. Leave it for me to use as a relay station and become my true body in the future. Zi Tiandu laughed uproariously. An even more terrifying beam of light shot out from his body, aiming for the center of Yi Fan's brows. With a light boom, another crack appeared as fresh blood flowed out. I shall break your immortal foundation and seize your flesh shell. The human saint body shall become my body from today onwards. He howled madly as he rushed forward. From afar, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Zi Tiandu would have such terrifying methods? The fleshly body wasn't important. A true divinity was the most terrifying. You can die now. Give this powerful body to me. Zi Tiandu roared, his expression malevolent, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through Yi Fan's immortal foundation. Bang! All of a sudden, a gigantic golden hand stretched out and grabbed hold of him. Yi Fan coldly spoke, divinities are nothing more than this. What? How can you break through? Eternal imprisonment? No one at the second level of immortal foundation can break free from such a restriction. Zi Tiandu screamed. Only now did he start to feel fear. The Divinity Valley has such a secret art, it truly surprised me. But if you want to use it to kill me, it's still a little lacking. The golden battle chi around Yi Fan's body surged unceasingly, blotting out the sky as boundless holy light engulfed this entire area. What restraints, what imprisonment, what eternity. Everything was broken apart. Arg! Zi Tiandu screamed and struggled intensely. However, it was useless. Yi Fan's gigantic hands were closing in on him as his body of light was slowly extinguished. Relying on one's own hard work to climb from hell to heaven step by step, turning everything around, that would be filled with a sense of accomplishment and boundless joy. But if one was kicked down the moment they climbed up, that would be even more miserable than being reincarnated in the 18 levels of hell. No. Zi Tiandu's hopes turned to dust. He thought that at this crucial moment, he would be able to turn the situation around and trample on his enemy ruthlessly. Who would have thought that it was all for naught? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, most probably none of them would be able to escape this calamity. The secret art of the Divinity Valley was too sudden and terrifying. It was truly a counterattack. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Yi Fan, not achieving the desired effect. I don't want to die. Incantation of the Ancestral King, forbidden divine art, borrowing the power of the heavens, borrowing the light of the Tao, burn for me. Zi Tiandu roared with unwillingness on his face. On his body, an ancient character radiated a terrifying light. There was actually a character engraved on his soul that exuded a fearsome sage might. The aura of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Yi Fan screamed. This was the work of a sage character from the supreme ancient immortal realms. As the inheritor of the Divinity Valley, Zi Tiandu was truly doted on and protected. Bzz. His immortal foundation shone resplendently. A tiny golden figure that was identical to him hugged a small cauldron and flew out, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The space here seemed to have solidified. It was unknown how many times stronger compared to Zi Tiandu's eternal imprisonment. The Taiji was the divine form of Yi Fan. His primordial spirit fused with the Tao, becoming an unfathomable point that rushed out of his original body, transforming into a variable. Like a ray of light from the absolute beginning, nothing could obstruct it. His primordial spirit hugged the small cauldron and slammed down from the sky, shattering Zi Tiandu's soul with a bang. Everything was silent, only the point formed by the reversal of the Taiji was moving. That point was none other than Yi Fan's primordial spirit and the small cauldron. From afar, the spectators also froze, as though they were frozen in this scene. Boom! Only when Zi Tiandu's soul exploded and Yi Fan's primordial spirit returned did everything begin to move again. Yi Fan instantly fled far away, leaving the scene. Zi Tiandu's body and soul were both destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he turned into dust. Who is it that killed my descendant without any mercy? A majestic voice shouted. In the air, an ancient character shone with divine light. It's me. Yi Fan stood in the air, unafraid. Bzz. That ancient character shone brightly, transforming into a huge violet claw that covered the sky and earth. It wanted to destroy everything with a single strike. The heavens and earth trembled. Yi Fan decisively acted. Golden battle chi surged, drowning out the heavens and earth, disrupting the vision of everyone. He inscribed 18 ancient characters in the air. 9 of them were recorded in the Tao scriptures, while the other 9 were recorded in the Sun Sutra. He opened up a small world cage, concealing all auras and completely isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, Li Tianyan didn't hesitate and decisively acted. She directly took out the goddess furnace. The crystalline furnace erupted with blazing light as she smashed it into the cage. The rumbling was like the sea. Everything was indescribable and deafening. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling down one by one. However, the people in the outside world could not perceive that they were using the weapon of a great sage of the human race to kill an ancient king's handwriting. The 18 ancient characters concealed its aura. Yi Fan, Li Tianyan, and Yan Yishi were domineering and decisive. They dared to directly obliterate the imprint of an ancient ancestor king. Zi Tiandu was dead. This news quickly spread, causing the southern mountains range to be in an uproar. Many people were dumbfounded and shocked. The ancient races were about to come into being. This kind of huge pressure made even the immortal divine dynasty feel suffocated. During these years, the human race had been facing a great enemy, and many people were restless. But now, someone had attacked the ancient royalty and killed the successor of the Valley of Gods. This was truly a great change. It was the first time someone had dared to do such a thing, and this caused a huge uproar. After killing Zi Tiandu, Yi Fan didn't leave. He stayed in a garden to admire the scenery. This made some people very uneasy, especially Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjie, and Xia Xiyuan. They felt very uncertain. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently and said, as the talents of the southern mountains range, you should have your own backbone. Your ancestors were all heaven's prides who left their names in history. As soon as these words were spoken, they felt their faces burn. They cupped their hands and slowly retreated. The other party didn't turn hostile and attack them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The zither rang out. At first, it was like a trickle of clear spring water. Then, it gradually became more intense and resounding. The sound of swords and spears filled the sky. At the end of the song, Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the Southern Mountains range, sighed and said, "Young masters, do you also think that I'm trying to curry favor with the ancient royalty?" Of course not. Miss Wu is smart and intelligent. How could she be that kind of person? Li Tian smiled and introduced himself warmly. Of course not. The 4 great fairies of the Southern Mountains range were peerless beauties whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and countries. It was difficult to find anyone who could compare to them. Qi Haoshui was ranked first, and Wu Fei was ranked third. Are you still going to stay here? Aren't you afraid of the enemy coming? Wu Fei asked. I'll sit here quietly and wait for them to come one by one. Yi Fan stood in the pavilion and spoke in a sonorous voice as he gazed into the distance. It was obvious that the outside world was already in an uproar. Who knew how many people were talking about the battle today? It was as if Yi Fan could already see Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, Yuan Gu, and the people from the God of Assassins dynasty rushing over. You want to wait for them to come? Yan Ishi secretly asked. Naturally, we can't be sitting ducks waiting for them to come. When they are about to arrive, we'll intercept and kill them one by one. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. The wind gradually rose, and the sparkling flowers withered one after another and fluttered down. The ancient ancestors are about to come into being. What a huge pressure. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was easier said than done to intimidate those ancient kings. Chapter 785. A great demon walked into this garden and bowed respectfully with a respectful expression. A few sect masters and living fossils had prepared a banquet and invited Yi Fan's group. Now, even the sect masters of the world had to be polite and careful towards Yi Fan out of fear of provoking this murderous god. He even dared to attack the archaic king race, so what else couldn't he do? One of the 4 great fairies, Wu Fei, was also invited to play an ancient song. She was an immortal at this kind of occasion and would add quite a bit of color to the banquet. As for Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, Xia Xiyuan, and the others, they didn't have the chance. It was difficult for the other pearls of the Southern Mountains to have this kind of honor. This was a winter snow garden where goose feathers fluttered about. To be able to see such a scene in the Southern Mountains where it was like spring all year round, it was naturally the work of humans. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold and bloomed proudly in the wind. Pure white snow covered the ground and the biting cold air rushed at one's face. There were jade tables in the pavilions that were filled with delicacies and fine wine. Those who could sit here were all Southern Mountains' great demon or human race sect master level figures. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any seats at all. After more than 10 years, Yi Fan's status was greatly different. He had seen some of the people here during the Jade Pool's Immortal Peach gathering in the past with the identity of the Southern Mountains Demon Lord. At that time, he could only watch from afar. Now, they were on equal footing, making him feel a wave of sorrow. In the past, there were quite a few people who chased after him, but now, all of them retreated. Few dared to directly attack him. Being able to see the human race's divine physique grow in these chaotic times is a great fortune. Thinking back to the ancient times, every time a divine physique appeared, it would quell the chaos, calm the world, and protect the universe. It was worthy of our respect and admiration. Indeed. In the ancient world, darkness chaos erupted several times. The human race's divine physique would always be born in these chaotic times, turning the tides and returning peace to the world. They would fight until the blood of the saints flowed and their corpses were buried on the battlefield. Their heroic spirit was matchless. Someone sighed with sorrow. It seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, and his words were filled with sorrow. People couldn't help but feel terrified when they talked about the battles of ancient times. Blood flowed like rivers in every battle, and corpses piled up like mountains. Even the first-rate saint physiques died in battle. One could well imagine how tragic it was. Yi Fan was silent in his heart. During that era, the forbidden zone of life was in chaos, and the gods from the outer realms invaded. It could be said to be full of calamities. It was also at that time that a great emperor was born to prove his Tao and quell all the calamities. And now, it was an unprecedented era. The slumbering 10,000 ancient races were about to awaken. If they provoked the existences of the forbidden zones, just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan would never forget how the first-rate Saint Physique had stained the cliff with his blood. He had been killed on the sacred cliff in his later years, and his blood had stained the entire mountain. That kind of tragedy, that kind of great enemy, that kind of great battle, was really unimaginable. Even the divine physique of the human race could only die in dejection. Their corpses were buried in the ground, and they were buried with invincibility for a lifetime, but in the end, they were defeated and died miserably. The ancient great battle was tragic and shocking. Many ancient texts recorded that the old friends and relatives of the first-rate Saint Physique had all died in battle. Not even he could protect them, and he could only feed them holy blood to help prolong their lives. Have we reached that kind of era again? Yi Fan said to himself. Perhaps it was even worse now. The forbidden zones weren't stable, and deities appeared. Perhaps things would become many times more complicated. He didn't know if such a bitter battle would happen again in the future. Would he be able to protect those at his side? This is a great era that has never been seen since the ancient times. Once the archaic kings all appear, will there still be any space for us to survive? Someone said pessimistically. Since a long time ago, the human race had always been in a disadvantageous position. To be honest, perhaps only in Wuxia's era did the human race truly become powerful and fearless. They truly suppressed all sides and became the main characters of the world. At the end of the immortal path, Wuxia's Tao became empty. This wasn't a random name, but rather because he swept through everything. What darkness, what unmatched existences, all those that dared to come into being were all killed. He swept through everything before him without the slightest bit of suspense, making even the heavens tremble. All of the sources of calamity and chaos went dormant. In his era, there weren't any great disasters that appeared. The great ancient emperors had already passed away, returning to the yellow earth. Now, a terrifying era of chaos had arrived. There wasn't a single person who wasn't anxious. These sect masters and living fossils reminisced about the sages and the past. They thought about the great emperor from afar. If there was still one in this world, then there was no need to worry. However, things were different now. One of the southern mountain's 4 great heavenly ladies, Wu Fei, was playing the zither at the side. The melody carried a bit of sadness as it recalled the ancient sages, deeply affecting everyone's mood. Everyone admired the snow and the plum blossoms. They drank the wine in their cups and discussed the past and present. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, they all seemed to be moved. Many thanks for everyone's banquet. Unfortunately, there is someone who doesn't allow me to drink to my heart's content. I can't continue. Yi Fan drank the last cup of wine and placed the jade cup on the stone table. Little brother Yi, why do you say this? An old sect master asked. At this point, even those over 2,000 years old would treat him as someone of the same generation. Forget it. Everyone, continue drinking. I will perform a sword dance to liven things up. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Yi Fan stood up. Is there someone coming? Yan Ishi secretly asked. Yes, they came quickly. Before I could go out to intercept them, there were people from the ancient assassin's divine court who already arrived. Yi Fan transmitted sound, having him and Li Tian hold onto the goddess furnace tightly and carefully protect themselves. Who wants to borrow a sword? Yi Fan stood up, arriving in the courtyard where snow fluttered about, standing between the plum blossoms. Being able to watch the human race's divine body perform a sword dance truly is a great blessing. This old one has a war sword. An ancient demon gifted a long sword. Clang! In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed. A beam of divine light flashed by and with a piercing sound, blood splattered through the air. The head of a male flew through the air as fresh blood flowed freely. This is... Everyone was greatly shocked. Someone actually managed to sneak up on them and they didn't even discover their presence at such a close distance. This was truly a terrifying matter. This was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the second level of Immortal Foundation. The most terrifying thing was his concealment arts. Chi. A beam of light shot through the air. Yi Fan slashed out with his sword again, piercing through the air. With a piercing sound, a flower of blood splattered through the air, piercing through the skull of a person, nailing him to death. How can this be? Everyone felt their hair standing on end. There was someone hiding within tens of feet of them. This was definitely a sign of danger. Chi. At this moment, two beams of light that were even more dazzling than comets shot through the air, slashing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. It was like he had long expected this. He punched out with his left fist, instantly shattering one of the old assassins into pieces. With a slash of the long sword in his right hand, he cleaved the other assassin into two. Everyone, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a minor trick. As long as I use the illusion-breaking art, they won't be able to hide. Yi Fan spoke. After that, he recited a secret art that originated from the Celestial Court. Retreat. A voice rang out in the air. In an instant, over 20 people actually rushed out of the snow garden, fleeing in all directions. So many assassins had appeared, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The godchild of the ancient assassin god dynasty? Isn't it said that he can kill all kings? I've been waiting here all this while, why don't I dare to show myself? Yi Fan raised the divine sword that was dripping with blood and chased after them. His speed was too fast, and it seemed like he was killing one person every 10 steps. Blood was dripping everywhere. This small world was once again thrown into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human race's divine physique was truly too ferocious. They had always heard that it was the people from the ancient assassin god dynasty who assassinated others, but now, he was the one chasing after them instead. His entire path was dyed in blood. If your godchild doesn't show himself, none of you can even think of leaving today, shouted Yi Fan. He chased after them all the way. When he arrived at the exit of the small world, only 2 of the 20 people were left. However, it was useless even if they managed to escape. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, Yi Fan had cut them in half at the waist. Not a single one of them could escape. Wang! The air suddenly trembled. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, 9 killing swords shot out at the same time, piercing towards the center. At the same time, they laid down an ancient killing formation to refine Yi Fan within. These were 9 elders. All of them were filled with hostility and dense killing intent. They had definitely crawled over a pile of corpses, and it was unknown just how many people they had killed. 9 terrifying old assassins moved out at the same time. Your godchild is too careful. Doesn't he want to kill me? Yet, he doesn't dare to show himself. What killing to prove one's Dao? In my opinion, he's just using hiding to prove one's Dao. Yi Fan ridiculed. However, his gaze was very cold. He opened his mouth and spat out the king divine weapon, the diamond chakram, and the black magnet mountain also rushed out from the back of his head. He used the travel formula and rushed out of the killing formation in an instant. Nowadays, there were very few formations that could trap him. Wang! The diamond chakram was a king divine weapon that could split mountains and split the heavens. Anything that was hit by it would collapse. When Yi Fan took out this magic treasure, one of the old assassins was immediately filled with resentment. Let's go. Many of our secret techniques are useless against him. He can see through the mysteries of the heavens, shouted someone. It's too late. None of you can even think of leaving today. Yi Fan chased after them. The people of the ancient god dynasty of assassins were terrified. The secret techniques they had learned were useless. There was no way they could hide. How was this an assassination? It was an open battle. In Vermilion Bird City, countless cultivators looked up and saw Yi Fan activate all kinds of weapons. The Diamond Chakram, the Black Magnet Mountain, the God-Striking Whip, the Black King's Chariot, the Myriad Chi Cauldron, and others burst out with light at the same time as he killed in all directions. This was a massacre. He killed in all directions alone. The sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and the Myriad Chi Cauldron and other things were smashed into the void. There were many assassins, and they were indeed hiding. It was difficult for outsiders to detect them, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. People constantly saw him kill out of the void, causing flowers of blood to bloom. He understands the secret techniques of our god dynasty of assassins. Should we make a move? The two people behind him most likely have ancient era's sacred weapons. I have a horrifying feeling. Looks like we can't make a move this time. In the distant sky, a man and a woman were talking softly. They merged with the heaven and earth, so no one could see them. Only an aura that could terrify living fossils filled the air. It was like the reincarnation of an immortal killing god. They were the divine son and goddess of the ancient god dynasty of assassins. On the other side, an ancient golden chariot tore through the sky. When it saw Yi Fan killing in all directions, the chariot suddenly stopped. Wang Ting's hair was disheveled, and his body shone brightly. He stood on the golden chariot without moving, not taking another step forward. In the north, Hua Yunfei, who had mastered the heaven-devouring demonic technique, fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended to the world, indescribably elegant and otherworldly. Not far away, Li Xiaoman, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, sat in the void. There was a deity sitting in each of the 365 golden whirlpools around her. She suddenly opened her eyes and said, the symbiotic deity sensed it. There must be a weapon of the human race's great sage beside it. In the void even further away, a blurry and tall figure stood alone. He said, Saint Physique of the human race, I rushed here from the north just for you. You killed Zi Tian, so it's worth me making a move. At the same time, Yi Fan seemed to have sensed something. He looked around and said, since you are all here, why don't you dare to come out and fight? The vast sky was silent, and no one answered. Many great enemies stood in the void, and no one approached. Chapter 786. The Vermilion Bird City was quite famous in the southern mountains. In this region dominated by the demonic race, any city that dared to name itself with such a name would have an immortal legend. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities. The ancient cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. Tens of thousands of strands of origin energy poured down and protected him. He stood upright with his sword in hand. Beads of blood dripped down from the blade, making him look like a god of death. In the distance, no one responded. The entire sky was silent. Countless cultivators in the city were watching, but no one dared to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Yi Fan was more like an assassin than an assassin. The massacre just now caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Dozens of assassins from the ancient celestial dynasty were nailed to death by his sword. Since you came for me, why don't you come and fight? This was the aura of someone who dared to face the world alone. Yi Fan stood motionlessly in the sky. Kill. At this moment, the sound of cavalry galloping could be heard from afar. They were like a black mountain torrent that surged over. Who dares to touch my little brother Yi? Children, kill them. The barbarian race's army appeared through the realm gate. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The roars of humans and beasts filled the sky. Everyone's hair stood on end. The southern mountains' barbarian race's name had shaken the world. They had flattened the ancient clans of the northern plains and became a force that no one dared to provoke. Banners fluttered in the wind. Strange beasts rampaged and ancient chariots appeared one after another. These were the spoils of war from the northern plains Wang clan. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an army? There would be sect-exterminating disasters at every turn. Everyone shrunk their necks and stayed as far away as they could. At this moment, people finally understood how close the relationship between the barbarian race and Yi Fan was. They had become his strongest backing. Provoking him in the southern mountains was akin to courting death. Roar! A muffled roar shook the entire land. A gigantic creature soared through the sky. Its body was like a mountain ridge and its wings were larger than the clouds. It covered the entire sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. The barbarian race's protector, the Azure Dragon, had arrived. Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that the barbarian tribe was expressing their stance that no one in the southern mountains land was allowed to harm the sacred physique. Otherwise, why would they have invited this king today? Let's go. The divine son and divine daughter of the two ancient divine dynasties of assassins vanished into the sky without making a sound. Yuangu was tall and sturdy, but his figure was a blur in the sky. He couldn't be seen clearly, only a powerful aura pervaded the air. Up in the sky, the Azure Dragon turned its massive body and looked in this direction. Yuangu was expressionless as he finally chose to retreat. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to fight against this peak king. What a grand lineup. Li Tian and Yao Yenishi were speechless. Yi Fan knew that it would be difficult for a battle to take place today. Those people would most likely be frightened away. No one would dare to fight against the Azure Dragon and face off against so many cavalry. Ah! In the distance, on top of an ancient golden chariot, Wang Ting's hair was disheveled. He was on the verge of insanity as he roared towards the sky like a wounded beast. It was this barbarian race army that had destroyed his clan and turned the Wang clan into a thing of the past. This was a great hatred, especially after seeing the chariots that belonged to his clan. His eyes turned red. Swoosh! Yi Fan immediately sensed his aura. He activated the Rho formula and charged into the sky. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Rumble. A golden tunnel appeared in the sky as the golden chariot carried Wang Ting into it. Although he was mad with hatred and roared towards the sky, he didn't lose his mind and retreated in the end. Wang Ting, where are you going? Yi Fan's fist shattered the void, but he was still one step too late and couldn't stop Wang Ting. The Vermilion Bird City was in an uproar. The insufferably arrogant Wang Ting had escaped. This was a strange story as everyone remembered how powerful he was in the past. Wang Ting escaped and didn't fight. How rare. The end of the Wang clan's era has caused the so-called North Arch to lose some confidence. Now, the rise of the human saint physique is unstoppable. People were discussing. Even the powerful Wang Ting had chosen to retreat. It was evident how powerful Yi Fan was now. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Fan stood in the sky and looked around. His expression suddenly froze as his pupils contracted. At the end of the horizon, a white-robed beauty flashed and disappeared. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan soared into the sky and chased after her. He raised the Six Paths reincarnation fist to the limit and punched out. Kacha! The entire sky collapsed, and everything in front of him was in ruins. The spatial rift extended very far and turned into a space-time turbulence. Yi Fan's eyes were frightening as he rushed towards the horizon with lightning speed. He saw a black hole disappear and the white-robed beauty was gone. You even killed Pang Bo. What else can't you do? If you appear in front of me one day. His words were cold as he stood in place for a long time. The barbarian army arrived and scared off all the enemies. No one dared to stop, and the battle that was about to start was interrupted. Let's go back to the tribe to eat and drink. An old barbarian patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Some of your friends are guests in our mountains. They should be here soon after hearing the news. Another old man laughed loudly. These people were very bold and straightforward. They dragged Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi into the region gate. Not long after, the heaven and earth changed. They appeared in the depths of a mountain. This was a prehistoric scene. All kinds of ancient beasts ran amok and their roars shook the sky. When they entered the barbarian tribe, there was indeed a group of people on the formation platform. Just as they were about to cross the void, Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. Divine Physique Ji Haoyue. After so many years, he looked even more powerful. He stood there calmly with thick black hair. He was as majestic as a mountain and had a frightening aura. He already had the bearing of an invincible divine king. Beside him was a young girl in purple. She was bright and beautiful. She was like a budding celestial bud, swaying with boundless spiritual energy. "Little Yi, you're back." Ji Ziyue was stunned and then slowly walked over. "How have you been doing in the starry sky all these years?" Although she was smiling, her eyes were misty. 12 years. There are so many stars in the sky. I can't count them all. My eyes are sore. She smiled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Yi Fan went forward and gently wiped the tears off her face. He slowly told her about his experiences in the outer realms. Ji Haoyue didn't like Yi Fan at all. He didn't have a good expression on his face. For more than 10 years, every night when he saw his sister standing alone on the white jade platform, staring at the starry sky and muttering to herself, he wanted to drag Yi Fan out and beat him up. Ji Ziyue didn't change much after more than a decade. When she was happy, her eyes would still turn into crescent moons and there would be little dimples on her face. When she frowned, her nose would also wrinkle. The pair of canine teeth in her mouth would shine brightly. She was intelligent and mischievous, which would infect people with a single glance and make them feel relaxed. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled outside the tribe and talked about their experiences over the years. There were waves in the calmness and tears in the laughter. Their shadows were elongated under the setting sun. Li Tian stood on a boulder in the tribe and looked at the two figures under the setting sun. He prodded Ji Haoyue and said, "Brother, do you have any girls?" "It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful and heavenly woman with overflowing spiritual splendor." Just as he finished his sentence, he realized that he had been thrown into the air by Ji Haoyue and landed on top of a mountain. F***ck, if you really have a sister, please don't be like you. Li Tian had a rotten mouth. In the end, Ji Haoyue still took the initiative to speak to Li Tian. However, his attitude wasn't very good. He just wanted him to bring a message for Yi Fan. Go and ask him. If he only treats Ziyue as a girl next door, get him to scram immediately and never appear again. It's enough for Ziyue to have a brother like me. She doesn't need him to make up the numbers. One could see his love for Ji Ziyue and his dissatisfaction with Yi Fan all these years. Don't. Yi brat is a bastard. Don't you still have me? I'll make him scram in a while. Li Tian said and tried to get close to Yi Fan. At night, the bonfire danced. Flood dragons, rocks, and all kinds of rare meat emitted a rich fragrance. The color was golden and glossy. It made people salivate. Pile after pile of flames lit up the place. The whole tribe was very lively. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He sat on a divine platform and used his golden blood qi to melt a piece of ice. Little Yi, I didn't expect us brothers to meet again. But I don't have much time left. Li Heishui's aura was weak. His body was full of wounds that flickered with black light. They were corroding his vitality and making it hard for him to heal. With me here, you can't even die even if you want to. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Then, the blood qi in his body evaporated and turned into a blazing golden light. It all entered Li Heishui's body and helped him expel the black light. This is the blood qi of an ancient emperor's descendant. It's hard to get rid of it. Just a little bit will bring me back to life. It's been torturing me for many years. I can't hold on anymore. Li Heishui said. I'll use my divine blood to cleanse your body. You'll definitely recover. Yi Fan said no more. A golden blood qi rushed out from the top of his head and spiraled downwards, entering Li Heishui's body. The heavenly Tao resonated. Countless Tao flowers bloomed, drowning Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The divine platform was filled with a fragrance that interweaved with all kinds of great Tao patterns. No wonder the ancient records say that the blood of a divine physique is comparable to a divine medicine. It saved many comrades who were on the verge of death during that bitter turmoil. When people saw that Yi Fan's blood was actually expelling the black light, they all revealed happy expressions. They knew that Li Heishui could be saved. Suddenly, a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Fan took out a pristine jade bottle and opened the seal. Immediately, 36 small dragons that were less than an inch long rushed out, filling the entire ancient tribe with spiritual energy. Pfft! Yi Fan blew a breath of air and dissolved 12 of them. They turned into a blazing radiance that wrapped around Li Heishui. Then, he sealed the remaining 24 dragons back into the bottle. This was the liquid drop of the immortal dragon elixir from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was born together with the coffin of monarch Ruthless Yang, and had always been treasured by Yi Fan. Now, it finally came in handy. Immortal medicine. There's no problem in bringing the dead back to life. On the contrary, there'll be a great overflow, a complete transformation. The barbarian elders couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! In the end, the golden blood energy boiled and Li Heishui's joints crackled. He couldn't help but cry out. Okay, in another half a month, you'll be a good man again, full of vigor. Yi Fan stood up. His whole body was drenched in sweat. This is really good news. Come, let's eat and drink. An old barbarian laughed. I also want to go. Li Heishui was sitting cross-legged on the divine platform. You're still watching us eat rock meat and drink old wine. Many people laughed. Recuperate well. When the time comes, we'll kill our way to the eastern wasteland and find the whereabouts of Pang Bo and the Black Emperor. So what if they have the ancient bloodline? This time, I'll go meet them. Yi Fan said. He would believe anyone who died. Only the Black Emperor fell, and he felt that he was the most unreliable. That kind of dog that gave him a headache would probably live longer than anyone else. Yi Fan felt that even if he was killed, that dog would still be alive and kicking. Chapter 787. It was another moonlit night. Golden blood energy filled the air in the barbarian tribe, rumbling like thunder. For half a month, Yi Fan used his own divine blood to baptize Li Heishui every day, leaving many speechless. This was not as simple as healing. It was purely to help his cultivation. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the golden blood to cleanse his body, exchanging divine blood every day. The immortal dragon medicine fused with the Tao and the divine blood refined his body. These days, Li Heishui had been in pain and joy. He had been reborn, almost shedding a flesh shell and growing a new body. In the end, his dispirited expression was swept away and he became spirited. His body flowed with precious light, and every move he made was accompanied by the sound of Tao. Back then, Yi Fan had relied on Li Heishui's help when he first entered the divine city of the northern region. He had slowly accumulated enough to break the curse. Thus, he didn't hesitate to pay any price and even imprinted many of his spiritual comprehension into Li Heishui's body with the help of the divine blood, allowing him to fuse with the Tao. The benefits were great. In these years, Li Heishui had grown up amidst the pursuit and experienced unimaginable tribulations. Today, he had become a sect master-level figure in one leap. In front of the bonfire, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Li Tian, the Ji siblings, Dongfang Man, and the others all had a jar of old wine in front of them. Everyone drank to their heart's content, creating a lively scene. From time to time, a group of old barbarians would come over, each more valiant than the last. They would compete with them in drinking, and even the young people couldn't resist. Yi Fan didn't hide anything and told them about his journey to the Ziwei ancient star region. Everyone was shocked and filled with yearning. They couldn't speak for a long time. Then, Li Heishui also talked about his experiences in these years. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Zi Tian was terrifying, but Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi could fight against him. The main thing was that they were surrounded and defeated. As for the ancient assassin's court, they were impossible to defend against. Li Heishui's eyes turned red at the mention of this, and he couldn't help but cry. His grandfather Li Hang had been nailed to a stone cliff by an old assassin's spear to save them. His blood flowed out and his body dried up. Sooner or later, I'll King kill them and trample the ancient divine dynasty of killers into dog shit. He bit his lips so hard that they bled. The dead cannot come back to life. Yi Fan spoke words of consolation and drank a large bowl of wine with him. How about we also establish a great sect? You want to establish a sect? What should we call it? An old barbarian nearby asked. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these two words. That's a good name. Huh? No, that sounds familiar. Isn't that? Another old berserker had a strange expression on his face. That's right, it's the Celestial Court of old. Stop killing with killing and let it reappear in the world, Yi Fan said calmly. The Celestial Court had a special meaning. Firstly, it was the name of the ancient dynasty of killers. Secondly, it was the court of heaven in the legends. Rumor had it that the Azure Emperor wanted to establish a celestial court in his later years. When the day comes that the celestial court is re-established, I'll join in. I'll rule the world and eliminate those enemies. Li Heishui responded. Afterward, they began to talk about their great enemies over the years. Yuan Gu was really terrifying. No one was a match for him once he made a move. If the Red Dragon Daoist hadn't appeared, everyone would have been annihilated. Yuan Gu had his eyes on the 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign and wanted to seize it. However, he didn't succeed in the end. He was blocked by the Red Dragon Daoist, who had achieved the immortal third slash many years ago. The Red Dragon Daoist has finally entered the ranks of kings. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Not far away, a living fossil from the berserker race sighed and said, if it wasn't for this world, how could there be so few kings in this world? And it's even harder to see saints. Fortunately, the world has started to change again in these years. A prosperous era will appear, another old man said. Yi Fan planned to head east and search those battlefields. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of his old friends. There's no need to look for Lu Ko. I saw with my own eyes that his body and soul were destroyed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Li Heishui clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned blue. Apart from Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, and the others, there was also a group of mysterious experts whose identities were still unknown. They had entered the Taixianzhua Peak to kill Zhang Wenchang. They had also ambushed Lu Yi, who had left the Jade Pool. Although they didn't succeed, they had displayed shocking strength. It was these people who had chased Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran to the ends of the earth. Lu Ko had been turned into broken bones and rotten flesh by one of them. Old friends from the Eastern Baron. Yi Fan spat out these words. They were definitely targeting him. In the end, they had vented their hatred on the people he knew. I wonder how Brother Monkey is doing. If it wasn't for him, we really wouldn't be alive now. At the mention of the sacred battle ape, everyone couldn't help but worry. They hadn't heard from him for a long time. The Tian Prince had sent out a group of ancient creatures. It was obvious that he was targeting the monkey. Yi Fan said, look for old friends, test the bloodline of ancient emperors, kill those mysterious people, and destroy the divine sons of the ancient divine dynasty. This battlefield will be in the Eastern Baron. As for Wang Teng, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the others, they will follow me. During this half a month, many people on the ground felt an unusual atmosphere. There were ancient creatures appearing in various places from time to time. Finally, news came from the northern region. Some ancient kings had awakened. In the place where they were sleeping, there was a shocking phenomenon. Pressure. Suffocation. This was the common feeling of many human experts. What was an ancient king? It was an ancient saint-level expert. Once they appeared, they could sweep away everything. No one could resist them. In such a precarious situation, the human race didn't have a successor. Almost all of the saints had withered, so what could they use to resist? They could only hope that both sides wouldn't invade each other. Otherwise, once a battle broke out, it would be a one-sided situation. This kind of pressure made many human sect masters' hair turn white in a single night. On this day, the northern region's divine valley shone brightly. An ancient creature transmitted a message to the outside, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like the roar of thunder from the 9 heavens. In order to avoid implicating the innocent, the human race's Saint Physique has come to beg for forgiveness. After this emotionless voice rang out, the world was shaken. They wanted to use Yi Fan as an example. He had killed the Divine Valley's young master, Zi Tiandu. This ancient royal race directly gave such a reply. No matter who it is or what power it is, anyone who dares to protect a Saint Physique will be uprooted and exterminated. The Divine Valley was powerful and decisive. This was their voice. As one of the most powerful ancient royal races, they shouted these words with the power of a monarch. This was a powerful pressure that directly pointed at the Southern Mountains barbarian race. This was the archaic royal race's Divine Valley. They dared to look down on all inheritances under the heavens. They now clearly expressed their attitude. The Saint Physique had to die, and he had to kneel outside the Divine Valley. Whoever dared to stop him or protect him would be waiting for their clan to be wiped out. The world was silent. Everyone was thinking to themselves. The future was full of difficulties after all. A great dark upheaval was most likely about to arrive. Damn Divine Valley, little Yi, don't say anything else. Just hide for now. When the Saint Physique reaches the great completion stage, we'll directly overturn them and kill them all. Li Heishui said angrily. This day has come so quickly. Yi Fan said to himself. He indeed felt a great pressure. An unprecedented chaotic era was about to arrive. On the same day, Yi Fan powerfully shouted out his own words in the southern mountains. What did the Divine Valley count for? It was trash. This evaluation of just 2 words shook the world. Everyone realized that the human race's Saint Physique was determined to challenge the archaic royal race. However, the people didn't know why he was so domineering. It was as if he didn't fear anything at all. Yi Fan's words were coarse as he continued to fire. You're already so protective after the death of a disciple. You only dare to bully the younger generation. When the great human emperor returns, all of you will be trash. It was unknown how many cultivators felt a lingering fear. Had the human race's Saint Physique gone crazy? He really dared to say anything. Even though he was powerful, he still hadn't reached the stage where he was unrivaled under the heavens. He hadn't reached the great completion stage, so what did he have to rely on? The Divine Valley was furious. They said that unless the great human emperor came back to life, no one could save Yi Fan. If he didn't kneel and die, they would kill everyone related to him. If I become a saint in the future, I will definitely destroy the entire Divine Valley and kill them all. I hereby swear this. The human race's Saint Physique once again shouted out in a domineering manner, shocking the people until they didn't dare to speak. Was he crazy? What could he use to challenge them? Could he escape this disaster? Why did he dare to do this? This was the question on everyone's mind. My human race has nothing to fear because a great emperor is about to return. On this day, Yi Fan released an earth-shattering piece of news. What? The entire world was stunned. Even the archaic royal race, the Divine Valley, began to feel a bit of doubt. A divine physique at the great completion stage was indeed terrifying. During the dark times of the past, it had stabilized the world, quelled chaos, protected the universe, and protected the human race. However, the current Yi Fan was still far from reaching this realm. Why did he dare to kill Zi Tiandu, humiliate the Divine Valley, and even threaten to kill the ancient emperor bloodline Yuangu? He challenged the archaic royal race again and again. This was too illogical. Do you all know why I was able to return after 12 years? That is because our human race has a great sage who proved his Tao in outer space. He is known as the Mad Emperor, and he was the one who sent me back. When this earth-shattering news came out, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. No one knew whether it was true or false, and they all began to discuss fervently. The Divine Valley is dregs. If you want to rule the world, you are still far from it. If you dare to run amok in this world, the day the Mad Emperor returns will be the day you all die. These were Yi Fan's arrogant words. Many people were speechless. To curse the Divine Valley's royal race like this and challenge them without the slightest scruple, he was no different from a madman. However, on this day, Yi Fan displayed images of the imprints above Vermilion Bird City to prove his words. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old madman fought against an entire ship of ancestral kings alone. Each of his fists crushed a saint, and he even easily blew up 1,000-armed devil at the great sage level. The human race didn't know whether this was true or false, but when someone copied these imprints and sent them to the northern region, the archaic races were greatly shaken. It's them, the supreme experts of the past. There are 3 great sages among them. Several years ago, they sensed the aura of the warship traveling through the cosmos through the archaic divine altar, but they lost contact with it in the end. They didn't expect to see such a scene today. So many ancestral kings, were they all killed by a single human? Even if he didn't confirm the Tao, he should still be a quasi-emperor. The ancient races were all shaken, and all of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know the state of these ancient kings at that time. They had long since exhausted their essence energy and didn't have the strength to fight. They only saw the old madman's fists shatter an ancient king. This was shocking, and it caused many ancient creatures to feel a chill. Divine Valley, you are all dregs. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out from the southern mountains. Little Yi, your scolding is quite satisfying, but can it really suppress them? Li Heishui was in high spirits. He felt incomparably happy to scold the Divine Valley like this. No, it's far from enough. I need a true great emperor to appear. I want to go to the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan said. Chapter 788. Had the human race's sacred physique gone mad? Everyone was in a daze. To curse the ancient imperial race and call the Valley of Gods trash, just how much courage did one have to say such things? To challenge the ancient imperial race without the slightest scruple, many human sect masters were alarmed. They were afraid that the Valley of Gods would vent its anger on everyone. When Wang Ting found out about all of this, he was a bit stunned. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Yi Fan's actions made him speechless. On the cliff, Hua Yunfei stood silently for a long time without saying anything. He knew that he could look down on the world, but he didn't have the courage to go berserk against the ancient kings. A divine waterfall descended from the sky like a heavenly river, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Mist curled up and multicolored mist rose. Sacred Child Yaguang thought for a long time as he gazed into the horizon. Within the divine city of the north, a sloppy Daoist with disheveled hair and an ancient Daoist robe held a jar of wine in his hand. The smell of alcohol filled the air as he said, well scolded. The Valley of Gods is trash. The surrounding people were terrified. Since Daoist divine Silkworm dared to say such things, they didn't dare to listen. They all scattered in an uproar. In the northern region, the Blood Phoenix Mountain was invincible and towered into the clouds. Its entire body was scarlet as if it had been dyed in phoenix blood. Since ancient times, it had always been a secret land that no one could set foot in. Even the ancient creatures revered it. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. One of them was like a boulder that had existed since ancient times and hadn't moved a single step. Only after a long time did he open his eyes and say, I only exist for the Tao and don't care about anything else. On the other side was a young man shrouded in 5-colored divine light. He was so handsome that all the women in the world would be jealous of him. After hearing this, he didn't say anything and just stood up to leave. Only when he was about to leave the mountain peak did he speak. Huang Shudao, continue your seclusion. It won't be too long. After I slay the Tao 3 times, I'll go kill the sacred prince myself. In the distance, an old servant was waiting with a hunched back. He heard this and said, in a battle of the same level, if the heavenly prince isn't number 1, who would dare to call themselves number 1? An old servant from the Blood Phoenix Mountain said, proving the Tao doesn't rely on bloodline power. Go kill the human race's sacred physique. He talks too much. The heavenly prince, who was shrouded in 5-colored divine light, said. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, the fire Qilin came again. He merged with heaven and earth, his magical body crushing the void. His body couldn't be seen clearly, only feeling like an undying monument. If I want to prove my Tao, should I start by killing the sacred physique of the human clan, or should I start by purging other people with the bloodline of the ancient emperor? Even the ancient race was incomparably complicated. What Yi Fan had to face was much more difficult than he had imagined. Ever since Yi Fan cursed Divine Spirit Valley and spread news of the crazy old man killing the ancestral king's imprints in outer space, all clans were shaken. They all wanted to find him and understand what was going on. The people of the world. The god of the world. But Tian. If others were to find out, they would definitely curse him as a madman who didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king clans, so he was simply walking right into a trap. If others knew, they would definitely call him a madman. He didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king race. He was simply walking right into a trap. Yi Fan was going to do something dangerous. He didn't want others to know, and he couldn't let them take the risk. He alone was enough. His first stop was the sacred cliff. He stood outside the pitch-black mountain for a long time. He wanted to go in, but he couldn't take a single step in. The Black Mountain was majestic and oppressive. They were all the kings of the mountain, the emperors of the mountain. There was an oppressive aura about them. In the depths of the mountain, there was a blood-soaked cliff. The corpse of a great completion sacred physique rested here. There were too many sinister and strange things. What a pity. Even if I make it out alive, I will most likely be killed by this corpse if I go there again. Yi Fan thought of the green hair on the great completion sacred physique. That type of terrifying scene was unforgettable. He felt that it was too strange. In the end, he left. The northern region was vast and boundless. Every piece of scarlet land spanned hundreds of thousands of li, and only a few oases dotted the area. After more than 10 years of separation, Yi Fan once again stepped foot on this land that lacked vitality. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The reason he was able to break the curse and have today's accomplishments were all because of this place. He didn't waste any time and directly rushed towards an oasis with lakes and rivers everywhere. He arrived at the Green Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. This was a small world with a circumference of over 100 li. It wasn't that vast, and it was left behind by an ancient saint. It was separated from the world. In the past, Yi Fan had barged into the immortal palace to save Pang Bo. Now, he came here in secret, disguised as an ancient demon. He didn't want any news to leak out, and after displaying his great power, he entered this important place. However, what Yi Fan didn't expect was that the Green Flood Dragon King had already passed away in meditation 2 years ago and was buried within a pond. Time truly is merciless. The pitiful path of cultivation seeks longevity, yet in the end, death is still unavoidable. Yi Fan sighed softly. He stood in front of the pond in a daze. How powerful was the Green Flood Dragon King back then, daring to chase after the Lord of a Holy Land together with the Peacock King? In the end, no matter how great of a hero you were no different from an ordinary person. Your body and Tao could only disappear, turning into a wisp of smoke and dust, no longer existing. When a dragon dies, it returns to the sea. I buried him in his favorite pond. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Yi Fan paid his respects, bowing towards the pond. He chanted a bit of Taoism salvation scripture, engraving auspicious formation patterns, and only then did he get up. I pay my respects to Senior Scarlet Dragon. Yi Fan returned to his true body. At the shore of the pond, there was an old Daoist priest who was extremely shriveled. He wore ancient Daoist robes, full of essence energy, blood energy exuberant. It was unknown just how many times more powerful than before. This was precisely the Scarlet Dragon Old Daoist. He successfully executed the Tao 3 times, passing that trial. Now, he was already a king who could overlook the world. Truly, the younger generation will surpass the older. After not seeing you for more than 10 years, you already have this type of strength. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist said with a sigh. Yi Fan was truly grateful towards him. Back then, the Scarlet Dragon Old Daoist took action several times to help him, not hesitating to take action against the sect masters of various holy lands. He wouldn't forget this. After being separated for so many years, too many things happened. The two of them were both deeply moved. When they talked about some old friends, they couldn't help but sigh. The Scarlet Dragon Old Daoist didn't have many old friends left, all of them passing away in meditation. How is the Peacock King? Yi Fan asked. Back then, I had 8 sworn brothers, but now, only him and I are left. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist released a long sigh. Too much had been erased over the years, leaving behind quite a bit of desolation. What made Yi Fan feel at ease was that the Peacock King was fine. After successfully severing the Tao, he was currently in seclusion, consolidating his foundation. In the future, he would shine with unmatched brilliance. With his aptitude, he should have already severed the Tao a long time ago, just that this heaven and earth didn't allow it. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist said. Yi Fan was deeply aware of how terrifying the Peacock King was. There were so many great figures in the eastern wasteland, but only he could give the Holy Lands headaches. This wasn't only because he stood at the very peak, but also because he was shockingly talented, standing tall in the 7 limits domain. For people like the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon Old Daoist, if the heaven and earth hadn't changed, they would have long crossed the 3 immortals' trial. Why didn't saints appear? Why were kings rarely seen? Everything was because after the desolate antiquity era, the heaven and earth's natural laws changed, making it difficult for one to verify the Tao. Under this type of background, every single existence that could sever the Tao or become a saint had all types of complicated reasons. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to pass, and it couldn't be replicated. If not for the heaven and earth's restrictions, there would be far more powerful cultivators than there were now. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist sensed that the heaven and earth were moving again, all of the natural laws starting to repeat themselves. That was why he succeeded in breaking through in one go a few years ago, and now, the Peacock King also took that step. Why did the 10,000 ancient races choose to appear at this time? According to the Scarlet Dragon Daoist speculations, after the heaven and earth changed again this time, it would continue for an endless amount of time and wouldn't repeat. The ancient races had come into being and could cultivate without fear. In the future, many super-powerful existences would definitely appear. If the human race's sacred physique didn't kneel and ask for death, then it would start from the extermination of the Yi clan. Today, such a merciless voice came from the Valley of Gods. The world was shaken, and many people were trembling with fear. It was unknown how many people were passing their days in fear. The pressure the ancient royal races gave the people of the world was too great. Even many undying great sects acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people's hair turned white overnight. This was a suffocating pressure. If an ancient ancestor king came into being, who in the world could oppose him? At this time, Yi Fan was chatting with the Scarlet Dragon Daoist. After hearing this news, his expression couldn't help but change. What do you plan to do? The Scarlet Dragon Daoist asked. I want to see Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ruyu, said Yi Fan. She has left the eastern wasteland for many years and is currently in the western desert. After hearing these words, Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. If you really want to see her, I can personally find her and bring her back. Then I will have to trouble Senior, said Yi Fan. Then, Yi Fan asked the Scarlet Dragon Daoist for a corpse. This was an important goal of this trip. You want that sacred corpse? Yi Fan nodded solemnly and said, yes, I can live in his sacred shell. He will be of great use to me. Whether or not I can succeed this time is a key. Inside the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury, there was a withered body that had passed away in meditation for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It was a sacred physique, but it had not reached grand completion. However, he only cultivated a single secret realm and still became a saint. The sturdiness of his body surpassed the imagination of the world and could be considered a supreme divine material. Not to mention a saint with a sacred physique, even the corpses of other saints were peerless divine objects that could be refined into any precious weapon. Who would lend such a rare divine object? If not for Yi Fan's solemn request, the Scarlet Dragon Daoist would not have asked the descendant of the Green Flood Dragon King, Qingyi, to open the treasury. Brother Qingyi, I will repay you generously in the future. This was Yi Fan's promise. Not to mention anything else, when the golden-winged little Peng attacked him in this place, this person had stopped him. A cold corpse sat cross-legged in front of him. Its flesh and blood had long dried up, and its skin was wrapped around its bones. However, it made people feel reverence and want to kneel down. Inside the treasury, divine splendor flickered. There were countless treasures, but compared to this corpse, they were all like sand and dirt. There was no way to compare them. Yi Fan treasured it very much. He put it into the myriad energy cauldron and expressed his gratitude once again. Do you need anything else? Asked the Scarlet Dragon Daoist. I still want an extreme imperial weapon, said Yi Fan. The place he wanted to go was too terrifying. Even sect masters couldn't stay there. This is too difficult. The Scarlet Dragon shook his head. Now, no one could touch the extreme imperial weapon left behind by the Green Emperor. When the 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, no one dared to lend it out. This was related to the fate of the entire Eastern Wastelands demon race. Yi Fan also knew that no one would touch the extreme imperial weapon in the current situation. Even in the past, such an unparalleled imperial weapon couldn't be lent out. In the end, Yi Fan set out on a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had already taken the first step to intimidate the ancient imperial races. Chapter 789. A cold wind swept across the land, whistling through the mountains and valleys, making the place seem even more desolate. The northern region was vast and boundless. Loneliness and monotony were the eternal themes. It was rare to see flowers in full bloom, and rare to see birds chirping. Oases were scattered like sesame seeds, and they were nothing at all. Yi Fan passed through one red land after another, and finally found his destination according to his memory. A purple mountain stood in front of him, like an angry sword soaring into the sky. There were also 9 mountain ridges on the horizon, lying like 9 dragons, exuding the vicissitudes of life and loneliness. Without a doubt, he had come to the Purple Mountain, which was the ancient Emperor Mountain mentioned by the primordial creatures. It was the place where Emperor Wuxia died. Since ancient times, no one could match the power of Emperor Wuxia. He could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and make many life-forbidden zones behave themselves. In fact, Emperor Ruthless was a good choice. He was definitely ruthless and powerful enough. If he came back to life, perhaps even the primordial ancestors would tremble. However, Ruthless could live for 3 or 4 lives, and no one knew which life he should find. Purple Mountain. I'm here again. Yi Fan sighed. He had tried several times to enter, but he couldn't. Now that he was forced to this step, he had to risk his life. In the past, the Holy Lands attacked the Purple Mountain many times, trying to get Emperor Wuxia's inheritance. But when the bell rang, people with multiple imperial weapons could only retreat. The last time, the Holy Lands joined forces with the Central Province Divine Dynasty and finally broke in. Some people even said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on a platform. It's been so many years. Why can the Wuxia bell ring without anyone? What kind of power is controlling it? Why can't the other imperial weapons resist? Is Emperor Wuxia really dead? He's such a powerful existence. Maybe he left something behind. Let's take a step back and say that if Emperor Wuxia died, his corporeal body would definitely be imperishable. He has an innate saint body, and I have a saint body, so I should be able to sense him. If I can enter his body. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had made up his mind to enter the Purple Mountain. He wanted to see Great Emperor Wuxia, dead or alive. He had to get an answer. He landed on the ground and approached the mountain step by step. This majestic purple mountain inspired awe and reverence in others. There were too many secrets here. The deity in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, the undying heavenly emperor, was once buried here. It was originally called the ancient sovereign mountain. Even the heavenly prince came out from here. He was taken away by the Yuan Taoist master 10,000 years ago as a rare stone, and then Yifan cut out a divine egg from the jade pool. The ancient sovereign mountain is a place where the 10,000 primordial races make a pilgrimage. The undying heavenly emperor is buried there. In the end, Great Emperor Wuxia also chose this place. Yifan muttered to himself. The Yuan Taoist master once said that this place contained the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth. He once asked his descendants to pay respect to this mountain, hoping that there would be good karma in the future. Now that Yifan had returned, he naturally wouldn't forget to use his Genesis technique to investigate. He hoped that he would be able to solve this mystery today and find out what was so special about it. For the deity in the hearts of the 10,000 primordial races and the great emperor of the human race to choose this place, what kind of secrets does this place have? Yifan walked around the Purple Mountain and measured every inch of the land. He looked at the 9 dragon veins in the distance and wanted to see through the mysteries of heaven. Suddenly, when he walked around to the other side, he came face to face with someone. The two of them stared at each other. That dog Duanda. Birdman Saint Physique, why aren't you dead yet? The two of them spoke at the same time and cursed each other. Both of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. In front of them was a fatty who didn't look like a good person. He was wearing a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown. Everything he wore was definitely a treasure. It was Daoist Wuliang. Damn fatty, how many immoral things have you done? How many graves have you dug? Look at the crown on your head and the heavenly silk Daoist robe on you. They were definitely dug out not long ago. Yifan said in disdain. Not bad, your eyesight has improved. Oh right, damn it, when are you going to return my weapons? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened after you robbed them all those years ago? Duanda was very unhappy. Damn fatty, what are you doing here? Yifan said with a surprised expression, don't tell me you also have designs on Great Emperor Wuxia and want to dig up his grave? You can't say that. Whether Great Emperor Wuxia is dead or not is another matter. Duanda was very guilty and said, I'm here to admire the ruins. You have the nerve to say that. People who dig up other people's ancestral graves all day are here to admire a great tomb. What do you think you mean? Yifan curled his lips. F***ck, don't talk nonsense in this place, okay? Duanda was anxious. You also have times when you are afraid. Do you also believe that Great Emperor Wuxia is not dead? Yifan asked curiously. Even if Wuxia is dead, he is not someone that others can blaspheme. You will be in big trouble if you speak nonsense. Fatty Duan became more and more guilty. You steal and dig all day and you also have times when you are afraid? Yifan felt that it was funny. Damn it, don't compare me with those grave robbers. I am a researcher with lofty ideals. Everything I do is to restore the historical truth. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Yifan said with a look of disdain, you are a grave robber, but you act like an archaeologist. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Restore the historical truth? Why don't you say that you are researching the evolution and cultivation process of human beings? I find that you, a guy who is not well liked, sometimes use words quite accurately. That's right, I am an archaeologist from now on. Don't call me a grave robber, I will be angry with anyone who mentions me again. I am a great archaeologist with lofty ideals. I take it as my duty to straighten out the progress of human beings and reconstruct the true history through the underground cemetery. Duanda was awe-inspiring. I have never seen such a shameless person. Yifan really couldn't stand him. That is why I am here to do archaeology. I want to witness the miracles of the ancient emperors to inspire the future generations. This is a milestone of great historical significance. Show off all you want. Yi Fan was speechless. Right, kid, why are you still alive? You offended the Valley of Divinity and cursed the ancient imperial family. Now you are alive and well in the northern region. Have you eaten too much or are you tired of living? Duanda looked surprised. Can't you say something nice? I want to do archaeology, okay? Yi Fan glanced at him. I know we are both great witnesses of history. Your Genesis art and my feng shui are unbeatable in the world. Duanda was very good at talking. He suddenly asked, did you really leave this world for 12 years? Where did you go? What did you see? Are there many tombs there? Where's the cool? Go to hell. Yi Fan chose to ignore him and continued to measure the purple mountain. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. What was so mysterious about this place? It involved life and death. An ancient emperor choosing this place was self-evident. They controlled yin and yang, life and death. This was a little scary. Was Wuxia really still alive? How come you also see something unusual? To me, the most authoritative person in the archaeology world, this place is really strange. What do you see? Yi Fan asked. This is a huge tomb. It's pulled by 9 dragon veins. It looks like it wants to break through the sky, Duanda said. What? When Yi Fan heard this, he shuddered. Listening to this guy, it really was like 9 dragons pulling a coffin. As an authoritative person in the archaeology world, I can say with certainty that this tomb was not built for the dead. It was prepared for the living, Duanda said. The two of them had similar viewpoints. After a serious discussion, they came to a shocking conclusion. The power of heaven and earth here could connect yin and yang and reverse life and death. It was an immortal land of fortune. Impossible. The ancient emperors should have all died. If Wuxia was still alive, the Azure Emperor wouldn't have appeared in this world. Last time when we attacked this mountain, someone said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting on the Dao platform. He was vivid and lifelike as if he had a life of his own. The more they talked, the stranger they felt. This place made them feel a bit scared. Then, they thought of the undying heavenly emperor. He was an ancient existence, the only god in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. The Purple Mountain was his burial place. Strictly speaking, Emperor Wuxia was a dove occupying the magpie's nest and later became the master. Then, they thought of the immortal mansion world in the Central Plains. There was a coffin made from the enlightened tea tree there, and inside was the undying heavenly emperor's skin. Did the undying heavenly emperor run out alive or was he thrown out by Emperor Wuxia? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. This place was more complicated and terrifying than they had imagined. Brat, do you still want to go in? Duanda glanced at him. I have no choice but to go in. In order to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races, I have no other choice. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre in the Valley of Gods. Yi Fan sighed and then asked if he wanted to go in. I'm a man of great moral integrity. In order to restore the truth of history and solve the mystery of the Wuxia Bell, I've decided to go in, Duanda said righteously. At the end of the day, he still wanted to dig up a tomb and had his eyes on the Wuxia Bell. Yi Fan was happy for him to follow. This guy had half a monarch weapon and knew feng shui tomb techniques. He would definitely be a great help. I can't go in like this. Back then, several sacred grounds and immortal dynasties went in with multiple monarch weapons and were killed. Who knows how many old antiques died? I only have half a monarch weapon, so I'll be blasted to pieces if I go in, Duanda muttered. He decided to find the blind old man and ask him to borrow the other half of the sky-devouring evil jar. Can you find him? Yi Fan was doubtful. In these years, the 13 bandits had either died or disappeared. They had all suffered heavy losses. Back then, he came out with half a monarch weapon to save those bandits, but he was almost killed by the clone of an ancient king. I arrived in time and fused the sky-devouring evil jar to destroy that clone. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seemed that the 13 bandits hadn't had a good time all these years. No wonder the old man had gone to break through. Could it be that he was about to become a saint? Perhaps only the sky-devouring evil jar can protect us after it fuses. It's different from other monarch weapons, Duanda said. When the jar was separated, its power wasn't obvious and it was even difficult to activate. But once it fused, it would be incomparably strange. One could occasionally hear sighs as if the ancient heavenly emperor was about to revive. It was a vicious weapon, forged from his own body. It was completely different from other monarch weapons. Duanda went to find the blind old man. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also left the Purple Mountain and began to make preparations. In an unknown mountain range, Yi Fan went thousands of miles underground and buried his true body. His primordial spirit flew out and entered the saint's shell. That damn Duanda is in this area. That bastard better not steal my true body, Yi Fan muttered. He didn't know how many origin divine runes he had carved. He racked his brains and spent several days to get the 2 pieces of green copper out and put them into the saint's shell. Then, Yi Fan brought a few emperor jades and other necessities back to the Purple Mountain. Damn, a saint. Duanda had already returned. His eyes were wide open and he immediately took out the sky-devouring evil jar. Chapter 790. In front of the Purple Mountain, Fatty Duan was scared out of his wits. He decisively took out the lid of the evil jar and fled. He didn't want to fight, he wanted to escape. Although he had half an emperor weapon, it wasn't perfect. Moreover, activating it would definitely suck him dry. He didn't have the demeanor of a master or a heroic spirit. He used the lid to protect himself and ran. The saint was all skin and bones, his flesh and blood dried up. However, the vitality he exuded was terrifying. He was wearing a tattered battle robe from an unknown era as he chased after Duan. This was naturally Yi Fan. After entering the saint's body, he wanted to beat Duan up the moment he saw him. Naturally, the heartless Daoist was scared out of his wits and ran faster than a rabbit. After Yi Fan adapted to this body for a short while, he immediately used the row formula and quickly caught up, laughing strangely. Motherf asterisk cur, what a horrifying laugh. Fatty Duan's hair stood on end. He shrunk his neck and rolled like a ball, his speed increasing by several times. Yi Fan chased after him. The sparse hair on this body fluttered in the wind and the deep eye sockets glowed eerily. He really looked like a 10,000-year-old corpse. Kakik, hearing this laughter, Duanda had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing the other reaching out to touch his butt, he was so scared that he turned into a black light and disappeared into the ground. Yi Fan used the clairvoyant eye and saw that there was a thief's tunnel leading to an altar deep underground. The damned fatty was so scared that he wanted to cross the void to escape. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. Fatty Duan stood on the altar with a gloomy expression. Then, he slowly figured out that if this was a saint who wanted to kill him, he would have attacked the evil jar long ago. Motherf asterisk cur. Duanda rushed out of the thief's tunnel and stared at Yi Fan for a long time. He was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly and almost pounced on Yi Fan to kill him. He understood feng shui and had cultivated the heavenly eye of yin yang. After careful observation, he saw a familiar wisp of energy rushing out of the saint's head. After cursing, Duanda's eyes lit up again. With the flesh of a saint, it'll be much safer to enter the Purple Mountain. After Yi Fan familiarized himself with the sage's body, he felt that the dried-up sea of reincarnation and Dao palaces in his body had recovered some vitality. Even the broken bronze bell and battle spear flew out for his use. However, he sighed again. The strength of this physical body was absolutely indescribable. It was ridiculously powerful. He felt as if he could shatter a holy weapon. However, even though a portion of his divine power had recovered, it couldn't be completely revived. After all, he had been dead for many years. Moreover, his primordial spirit had already passed away. There were no sage laws or great Tao comprehensions left behind. This was the flesh shell of a saint. After Yi Fan's primordial spirit took control of it, his physical body was absolutely invincible. However, if he wanted to display the might of a real saint, it would be too difficult. He lacked the corresponding heaven-defying law imprint. That kind of thing is born in the primordial spirit, and the imprint has long been extinguished with time. Otherwise, how could you take control of the sacred shell? You would have been erased long ago. Unless it's the corporeal body of an ancient great emperor, I reckon that even his hair and even his clipped nails are interweaved with the supreme great Tao laws and have the most original markings of heaven and earth, Duanda said. Yi Fan asked the heartless Daoist why the old blind hadn't arrived yet. He said that he had gone to borrow the devil jar from the seventh great bandit, Tu Tian. The two of them waited here for several days and finally saw the old blind swindler. Compared to a dozen years ago, he looked even more like an old swindler in the pugilistic world. The moment they met, he grabbed Duanda's hand affectionately and shook it. Then, he cleanly and skillfully removed the string of heavenly fey divine pearls and put it on his wrist without blushing or skipping a beat. Duanda stomped his feet and scolded him for being an ingrate, heartless, and for saving his life for nothing. The old blind man rolled his eyes and said that he was the one who saved the heartless Daoist's life. It was the damned fatty who plundered the ancient cemetery of an archaic royal family that provoked an ancient king's avatar to chase after him. None of them were good people, this was Yi Fan's understanding. Neither of these two were good things and were rather scoundrels. Put together, they were about the same weight. The old blind man's current cultivation was extremely frightening. Yi Fan couldn't quite figure it out. According to his conjecture, he was at the same level as the Crimson Dragon back then. After the world changed, he became a king. What if we go in and alarm the archaic royal family? Yi Fan asked. Don't worry, they've already scrammed away. Back then, when Wuxia's bell rang, all the ancient kings here were swept out, said Duanda. He spoke of a few secrets not known to others. Back then, Great Emperor Wuxia entered Purple Mountain and imprisoned all the protectors of the 9 dragon veins in ancient Sovereign Mountain, leaving them a place to be gate gods. Gate god sounds nice, but in reality, it's just forcefully imprisoning them here to serve as guards, said the old blind man. Last time the bell rang, all the archaic races were shaken out. They couldn't stay here any longer, so Purple Mountain was almost empty. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Rumor has it that there's an immortal phoenix medicine inside. This time, we can smell the medicinal fragrance. Duanda was impatient. You little grave robber, you've been waiting here for more than 10 years. I knew you were up to no good. You even dared to enter the cemetery of an archaic royal family. Today, you finally couldn't help but set your sights on the tomb of an ancient great emperor, said the old blind man. Damn it, I'm just a great archaeologist. Everything I do is to restore history and witness miracles. Don't compare my lofty ideals to your insignificant demigod mentality. Dogs hit. The old blind man was concise. Stop arguing. Should we forcefully break in or find a path to enter? Asked Yi Fan. Duanda said, every tomb is a beautiful work of art. Forcefully breaking in is a crime and trampling on history. You are a sinner for all eternity. We have to walk in elegantly and appreciate it with a lofty state of mind. Scram. The old blind man slapped the back of his head. He tossed a pile of tortoise shells on the ground and began to look for an auspicious divination. In the end, he pointed at a dragon vein. That was the gate of life and there was an auspicious divination. Yi Fan laughed when he saw this. This was the path he had walked in the past, but when he followed the ancient vein, he couldn't laugh anymore. In the depths, that natural yin-yang diagram turned into primal chaos, becoming a Tao point. It made one's heart palpitate and couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was deeply moved. Yin and yang reversed, turning into limitless. This was the innate beginning of the Tao. This was a terrifying transformation of the Tao. They definitely couldn't enter this place. If they forced their way in, they would most likely return to limitless and become Tao on the spot. They would become a strand of laws and disappear from the world. This is your divination? It's just a charlatan, far worse than my tombs. The others all left while Duanda nagged. Humans make mistakes and horses stumble. That used to be the safest gate, but after little Brat Yi walked through it, it became the most dangerous place. Then, the old crazy man continued to deduce. The tortoise shell made crackling sounds as it rolled around on the ground. His expression was solemn as he rejected 5 more dragon veins. He went to verify them one by one, and sure enough, they were all dead ends. Someone had walked through them and turned them into a natural moat. Only the last 3 were left. He deduced them one by one and found that they were all passable. In the end, they chose a path with a better divination and began to advance. Have we come to the universe? Why does it look like a star domain? Duanda muttered. This dragon vein was difficult to walk. They didn't know how many formation patterns they had to break and how many dangerous areas they had to pass through to reach the end. This was a resplendent starry sky. Stepping into it would make one lose their way. There was no way to go through and they didn't know what was going on. It really is a star domain. Even Yi Fan was a bit dumbfounded. This path was too mysterious. He couldn't help but think of the secret history of Laozi leaving Hanggu Pass. Opening the west gate of Hanggu Pass connected to a star domain and walked towards the ancient path of the starry sky. Could this dragon vein be the same? The end led to a star domain? This isn't a real star domain, but it's close. I'm afraid it's a miniature star domain refined by Great Emperor Wuxia, the old blind man said. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. How could they go over? How many years would they have to fly across a star domain? Perhaps they wouldn't reach the end even if they died of old age. It's not a real star domain, there are flaws to be found. Since Great Emperor Wuxia left a path in the previous dragon veins, we can definitely go through here, the old crazy man said. Duanda said, this might not be left behind by Wuxia. Maybe it was refined by that old bastard, the undying heavenly emperor. After all, this was his grave in the beginning. It's not impossible, but as long as it's not a real star domain, there's still a way. The old blind man began to deduce with the tortoise shell. Just like that, they began a difficult journey, advancing while risking their lives. During the night, the old blind man pulled out a bunch of hair and finally figured out a way to find the spatial node. He believed there would be a way out. Several days later, they were lost in this terrifying star domain. They couldn't tell their direction and completely lost their sense of space. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them all. Boom! At this moment, the saint shell that Yi Fan had taken over displayed its terrifying side. A punch shattered the vacuum and sent them flying out. No, it's this black hole. If we go through it, we'll pass through this star domain. The old blind man suddenly shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's use the sky-devouring evil jar and go through it, Duanda said. No, if we use the imperial weapon now, we'll most likely trigger the Wuxia bell. At that time, this place will most likely be destroyed and will be in danger. The old blind man shook his head and then stared at Yi Fan. Fine, if you're not worried, then let me try, Yi Fan said. What was a star domain black hole? It could devour and destroy everything. Perhaps only the physical body of a saint could withstand this kind of power. Yi Fan drew them into his body and then took a deep breath. He turned into a beam of light as his golden blood energy soared into the sky and illuminated the entire miniature star domain. Boom! He entered the black hole and passed through it. After an unknown period of time, he appeared inside a purple mountain. The light here was somewhat dim. The jade palaces and pavilions were covered in dust, simple and unadorned. There were many ancient paths and caves leading in all directions. They had successfully entered the purple mountain. Duanda jumped up and rubbed his hands excitedly. People in our line of work have always been researching an important topic, and that is how to overcome the curtains of the ancient emperors. This is especially true for the tomb of Wuxia. I'm the first archaeologist to enter this place. Have we arrived at the deepest part, the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away? The old blind man felt uneasy as he stared at the platform behind the bejeweled palace. Yi Fan and Duanda also looked over after hearing this and felt their hair stand on end. There was a Dao platform there, incomparably grand and tall. There was a lot of mist lingering around it, giving it a mysterious and terrifying appearance. One could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 791. The years had washed away all of its splendor. The bejeweled buildings and jade palaces were stained with the dust of history. The light was dim, and the figure on the grand Dao platform was extremely indistinct. The pressure was suffocating. Was he great Emperor Wuxia's? As soon as the three of them entered, they saw a figure sitting on top, hidden within the mist. They were immediately stupefied. Swoosh! Within the mist, 2 streaks of lightning shot over, illuminating this dusky mountain belly. That figure opened his eyes. He's still alive. Duanda's entire body went cold. As someone who had the ambition to dig up the tomb of an ancient great emperor, there was nothing worse than this. Of course, for them, they were even more shocked, almost suffocating. A living great emperor was too indistinct, just like a legend. Something's wrong. Even though the old blind man's nickname had the word blind in it, his eyes were better than anyone else's. He saw through the mist and saw the true body. Duanda also opened his yin-yang heavenly eye in that instant, seeing through the source. He immediately jumped up and down, and at the same time, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Motherfucker, it's an archaic ancestral king. This time, things are going to be troublesome. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The one in front of him was a genuine ancient creature. When he opened his divine eyes, he could see its true body. Mist curled about the Dao platform, but it was difficult to hide that type of aura. The killing intent was intimidating. Even though he was in human form, he had 24 pairs of wings. His skin was wrinkled and piled up together. There were lumps all over his body, and it looked like he was going to die in a seated posture. He was extremely large. He sat on the Dao platform with his back perfectly straight. The expression in his eyes was terrifying and penetrating as he stared rigidly at them. This was an archaic creature that was aged beyond recognition. All of his hair had fallen out, but he was extremely sinister like an ancient demonic god. His killing intent was extremely heavy. Don't be scared, he's going to die. It seems like he's about to transform into the Dao. He can't deal with us. Duanda encouraged himself. Suddenly, a low and overcast demonic roar sounded. The aged ancient creature on the Dao platform threw himself over. His attacks were ruthless, immediately unleashing great destruction. The heaven and earth covering Saint Aura was like a stellar domain that turned into an ocean, surging and roaring as it arrived. This type of pressure was unimaginable. Who in the present world could match the power of an archaic ancestral king? Even though he was extremely old, he still far surpassed the rest of them. Duanda and the blind old man cried out, and their souls almost left their bodies. A single drop of a saint's blood essence could kill a powerhouse. Who could withstand such an attack? They decisively took out vicious great emperor armament. The demonic lid and the jar fused together, emitting an extreme pressure that protected them below. Otherwise, they would be turned into ashes on the spot. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body was covered in golden light. The flesh shell that he had entered was that of a saint who specialized in a single secret realm. Like him, it was also a saint body. This kind of physique was unparalleled in the present age, and no living person could compare to it. Just a slight movement from him was like a vast and mighty golden ocean. Yi Fan's body turned into a blazing light as he charged over to meet this primordial ancestral king head-on. He didn't use any spells and just twisted one of his arms. Close combat, close combat. This was Yi Fan's only choice. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. He had the sacred shell, but he didn't have the corresponding magic power. Without the support of the laws of the world, he could only rely on this indestructible body to kill. A violent collision, an instant of life and death. As a saint-level figure, this kind of close combat made one's blood run cold. Any random movement would be destructive. Pfft! Yi Fan tore off one of the old ancestor king's arms. The sacred shell was unparalleled, and it wasn't a lie. Saints of the same level could only nurse a grievance if they were caught. A long string of blood erupted and instantly annihilated a part of the void, turning that place into a place of Tao transformation and destroying all life. A single drop of a saint's blood can kill a powerhouse. As expected, this much blood is enough to wipe out a group. Duanda's scalp went numb. Not good. The blind old man cried out in alarm. Together with Duanda, he activated the heaven-devouring evil jar to press forward. This was because this old ancestor king had seen through Yi Fan's actual situation. His entire body surged with magic power, wanting to use this great Tao imprint to suppress and kill him. When a saint used magic power, they could definitely destroy tens of thousands of miles of pure land. Fortunately, everything here couldn't be destroyed in the Purple Mountain. Otherwise, it would have turned into ruins a long time ago. If Duanda and the blind old man didn't have the heaven-devouring evil jar's protection, no matter how great their divine arts were, they would still be shattered into dust. Bang! Yi Fan didn't wait for them to use the heaven-devouring evil jar. He grabbed a piece of green copper and directly faced the monstrous magic power. With this attack, the great Tao patterns in the sky turned to dust and disappeared into nothingness. Pfft! At the same time, Yi Fan used all his strength and tore off the old ancestor king's other arm. Blood gushed out, creating a very bloody scene. With a low roar, the old ancestor king, who was about to die of old age, burned all over. He wanted to use his magic power to burn Yi Fan, who wouldn't let him go. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient creature collapsed. There was no dripping blood, no bone dregs flying in all directions. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the air. Transformation of the Tao. Yi Fan was stunned. The blind old man and Duanda were also dumbfounded. This old ancestor king disappeared just like that. I know. When we came in, he was already transforming into the Tao. He's about to die. They secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, if an ancient saint at his peak was here, even with an extreme emperor weapon, they might not have been able to kill him. Yi Fan was only able to injure the other because he was lucky. The aged old ancestor king didn't know that Yi Fan's flesh was peerless and was caught in close combat. Otherwise, the result would have been the complete opposite and he would have been drenched in blood. Luck. If he wasn't in the process of transforming into the Tao and returned to the world at the critical moment, we would be in big trouble. Kid, you're green copper. Duanda's eyes were burning. It's none of your business. Yi Fan quickly pulled him to the side and put away the green copper. He didn't put it away into his body or else it would be very difficult to summon it out. This green copper's power is really great. It blocked an attack from an ancient saint. The blind old man also muttered. This thing can only passively defend and doesn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, that ancient ancestor king would have died from the shock. Duanda didn't give up and couldn't forget about the green copper. However, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he stared at Yi Fan's corporeal body and clicked his tongue in wonder. No matter what era it was, a sacred shell would be a treasure that people would fight to the death for. Where did you dig out this corporeal body from? It can even tear apart a saint. It's definitely a divine shell. In the distant past, it said that a total of 9 great completion saint physiques appeared. I've searched for many years without any results. If I can dig out one, I'll definitely be invincible. Fatty Duan didn't stop and shifted his attention from the green copper to the saint physique. At the end, he revealed a strange expression and said, "That's right, where's your real body?" After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart jumped wildly. This bastard had indeed thought of this. He remained calm and didn't say anything else. I know, you must have been buried outside and left behind a wisp of your primordial spirit. I'm afraid your body will perish in the ancient Emperor Mountain. Duanda laughed mischievously. Yi Fan felt uneasy and fiercely said, "Damn fatty, don't have any crooked ideas. It's fine if you steal all the cemeteries, but don't tell me you want to steal from a living person like me. How could I, Duanda, be so righteous and never do immoral things? I'm just a great archaeologist." Duanda dryly laughed. This place was deathly quiet. Apart from the jade palaces covered in dust, there was nothing else. Clearly, this wasn't the deepest part of the Purple Mountain and not the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away. The tortoise shell in the old blind man's hand crackled as he continuously divined. Duanda walked and stopped from time to check the feng shui. Yi Fan wasn't idle either as he searched for the origin vein and observed the terrain. The three of them working together was truly amazing. They had a clear division of labor and soon determined a path ahead. They followed an ancient cave and went deep into an open space. It's completely different from the path I took last time. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. The interior of the Purple Mountain was very big and formed a small world. The area he had been to before was only a corner. There's the sound of water ahead. The three were surprised as they walked along an ancient path paved with green jade. They walked up the stairs and arrived at an ancient land. There were pavilions, withered vines, and ancient trees. The water flickered and there was a pond in front. It was actually carved out of green jade and turned into a pool of water with white mist rising from it. This should be some kind of immortal pool. Could it be Great Emperor Wuxia's bath? The old blind man was very disloyal. After arriving here, he kicked Duanda down and let him test the water. Motherf *Ker, old thing, I'll remember you. The unscrupulous Daoist was furious. His expression became strange as he muttered to himself, "This water is really special. It can speed up the circulation of the blood in the body and increase the speed of cultivation." Gulp, gulp. He drank a few mouthfuls and praised the sweet taste. He said that the source of the water might be the divine spring. He immediately jumped up and ran upstream. When he reached the end of the flowing water, there were clouds and rosy clouds. The place was enshrouded in a myriad of colors. There was an even more gorgeous spring carved out of multicolored jade. This is definitely Great Emperor Wuxia's land of cleansing. I'll also enjoy it. Fatty Duan pounced in and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Yi Fan's expression was strange. He squatted down and picked up a few glossy black beast hairs. He was momentarily stunned. "Brat, what are you holding in your hand?" Duanda felt that something was wrong. "Bird hair," the old blind man said calmly. Fatty Duan's face immediately turned pale. He strenuously retched until his bile was almost spat out. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a small tuft of dog hair. Motherf *Ker, is there a dog here? What a waste. Bathing in a divine spring like this? Duanda cursed while vomiting. Yi Fan was very excited. This was definitely the Black Emperor's hair. This kind of aura was too familiar. This dog that was even more wicked than Duanda didn't die and ran into the Purple Mountain. Duanda crawled out of the spring while cursing. He said that he had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. How could there be a dog here? Is this a divine spring? How does it taste? The old blind man was not kind at all. He patted the unscrupulous Daoist's shoulder with a smile and moved closer. "Will you die if you don't mention this?" Duanda wanted to vomit again. Suddenly, a wave of fragrance wafted over. It made the three of them feel as if their souls had left their bodies. They felt so comfortable that they almost floated up. What's that smell? A fiery light streaked across the sky, and a gorgeous bird flew over their heads. It was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Is that a bird? Motherf *Ker, it's a phoenix, a legendary divine bird. I know, it's the immortal phoenix medicine. Chase after it. After the three woke up, they were all excited and chased all the way down. However, after chasing for some distance, they lost track of the undying phoenix and lost track of it. However, Duanda was incomparably excited. He said, what dogs hit luck. I have a premonition that will definitely get an immortal medicine. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he lowered his head to look at his feet. Instantly, he was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed loudly, Motherf asterisk cur, whose dog isn't on a leash. I really stepped on dog sh asterisk t. There was indeed a lump under his feet. Duanda's nose was almost crooked from anger. He jumped up and down in a frenzy. Chapter 792. After Duanda stepped on the dog poop, he spun around 18 times on the spot. He was in a berserk state, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He was almost crazed, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stared fiercely at Yifan, and said, "Did that damned dog follow us in?" Back then, the large black dog was the only master who could make him suffer, clamoring to take him as a human pet. They had met on several narrow paths, but he had never gained the upper hand. The Black Emperor was very disloyal, clamoring and biting wildly when he had the advantage, but when the situation was bad, he fled, not hesitating to abandon Yifan as cannon fodder. The terrain of this area was very complicated, and the ancient road was deep and serene. There were dust-covered divine pearls flickering with dim splendor, illuminating the path ahead. With my many years of experience, you've stepped on a pile of dog poop from more than 10 years ago. The old blind man touched a sore spot, purposely provoking Fatty Duan. Duanda just calmed down, then stomped his feet, cursing the old blind man for being a bastard. However, he had to admit that those were traces left behind a long time ago. Yifan carefully searched this area, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the Black Emperor hadn't returned, and these were all fur left behind? Where did that dog come from? Don't tell me it's not the one that followed by your side in the past. Even if it turned into ashes, would recognize its bones. How did it stay here? Duanda said. It went out from here, Yifan said. He had long since guessed the large black dog's origins, and now seeing the traces of its appearance, he was even more certain. It can't be an archaic being, right? I knew it wasn't a thing long ago, so it must belong to the same type, Duanda said. Why don't you think it's Great Emperor Wuxia? Yifan said with a smile. When these words were spoken, Duanda staggered. He really began to ponder, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. I've seen the formation patterns laid down by it, and they have the mysteries of great ancient emperors. Duanda was suspicious. Old Blind gave him a slap on the back of his head and said, if Great Emperor Wuxia was really like that, would he have a supreme reputation? How could he be called that? He would definitely be called Shameless and not Wuxia. Duanda said, I remember now. I once dug out some jade slips from a great tomb in the eastern wilderness, and they recorded a lot of messy things. The jade slip was messy, like some unofficial history. What was recorded wasn't orthodox at all. It involved many people from the past, and there were even bits and pieces of information about ancient great emperors. There was a paragraph of text that was very messy. It said that Emperor Wuxia was world-shaking, like a god, but he also had a very human side. In his later years, he saw a little stray dog on the verge of death, so he used an ancient technique to save it. F***ck. Yifan couldn't help but spit out 2 words that he hadn't said since he came to this world. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had long since speculated that the Black Emperor was related to the Purple Mountain and Wuxia, but he didn't think it was a little stray dog. He thought it was some heavenly dog that had gained intelligence. Damn, if we knew it was related to the Purple Mountain, we would have made it reveal its true form long ago. Fatty Duan was also stunned. He had never thought that it was actually a dog from hundreds of thousands of years ago that had followed Wuxia. Old Blind was also dumbfounded. He murmured, it's that little stray dog that Great Emperor Wuxia picked up in his later years? It's unbelievable that it has survived with us until now. A piece of unofficial history and a small paragraph of details revealed the origins of the Black Emperor. The 3 of them were all stunned, and they pondered for a long time. Needless to say, Wuxia's dog definitely knew many great secrets. It might have even read the Wuxia scriptures. This was practically a living immortal treasury. Why was the large black dog able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, even longer than the great ancient emperors? This was not a mystery that was difficult to solve, and it could be easily figured out. From ancient times until now, apart from those that were naturally born with divine origin fluid, only great ancient emperors could refine it. It was used to seal living beings, and it could make them immortal for hundreds of thousands of years. However, great ancient emperors could not seal themselves. Their blood and chi were too powerful, and they could pierce through the heavens. Divine origin fluid was completely ineffective against them, and there was no divine object in this world that could suppress them. After thinking for a while, they could understand that the Black Emperor had been sealed by Wuxia, and had only come into the world today. By now, everything about the Black Emperor was no longer a secret, and its origins could be easily deduced. However, it still made the three of them sigh. This was a dog that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and in the end, it had followed the great human emperor, Wuxia. Towards the followers of Wuxia, should look up to them with reverence, but this dog, I want nothing more than to stew it alive. Fatty Duan said through clenched teeth. Did something really happen to the Black Emperor? Didn't he stay in the Purple Mountain for the past dozen years? Yi Fan was worried. The blind old man said, with my many years of experience, he came back. There was a pile of marks from 7 or 8 years ago, and the grave robber almost got lucky again. Hearing this, Duanda immediately jumped up again. In front of them, there was a small pond formed by the milk of the earth. It was only a few feet long, and the color was milky and sparkling. A sweet fragrance wafted into the air. There were a few strands of black and shiny dog fur here, left behind from many years ago. He came back, so he definitely didn't die. However, it seems like he hasn't come out for several years. Where did he go? Yi Fan was suspicious. They continued forward. Without the deterrence of the ancient beings, the danger in the belly of the mountain decreased rapidly, and many places could be unimpeded. Not long after, they came to a secluded area where huge rocks were lying in disarray. Yi Fan was shocked. This place, he saw the patterns left behind by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had once sealed strange stones here. Soon, he found an Eye of Fortune. Is there really an Eye of Fortune in this world? Yi Fan stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to say a word. There was a black hole in the pile of rocks, but it was only the size of a human head. It looked like an eye, and it connected to the depths of the earth. Occasionally, colorful mist would surge up, making people feel comfortable. What's an Eye of Fortune? Duanda asked with a fervent look in his eyes. It's a place of fortune in the source. I don't know the specifics, and there are only vague records in the Book of Origin. It said that it could give birth to gods in ancient times. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. No way, that's so strange. Doesn't this mean we're going to get rich and obtain an Eye of Fortune? Duanda laughed wildly. You're thinking too much. This Eye of Fortune has already dried up, and all its essence has been sucked dry, Yi Fan said. What? Who is it? Is it that dog? Fatty Duan's expression immediately collapsed. Yi Fan carefully observed the Eye of Fortune, and his expression sank. It's the ancient race's heavenly prince. What? How could it be him? The blind old man couldn't remain calm. Even he often paid attention to this heaven-defying divine child's movements. That was because his aptitude was too high. In just a dozen years of cultivation, he had surpassed others by 1,000 years. Compared to the ancient emperors, he was even better. All the ancient races said that he was the son of a god, and that was how it should be. Back then, the Yuan Taoist master brought out a strange stone from the Purple Mountain and placed it in the Jade Lake. In the end, I cut it out and found a divine egg. This place has its aura. Everyone was stunned. In the endless years before the ancient times, the name of the undying heavenly emperor resounded through the heavens and earth. He was worshipped by all races, and everyone had to worship him. His son was naturally known as the son of a god. One didn't even need to think about it to know that the heavenly prince possessed the most terrifying bloodline. Now, he even absorbed the Eye of Fortune. This made everyone's hearts sink. The sons of the ancient emperors, every single one of them are exceptional figures from past to present, and in the end, they are only half a step away from confirming the Tao. They possess incomparable talent and terrifyingly powerful bloodline power. If it wasn't for the fact that they were born in the same era as their emperor father, they wouldn't be able to ascend into the heavens. The blind old man said. After speaking, he gave Yifan a look. His meaning was self-evident. Even if the divine body reached the great success stage, there would still be enemies. There was more than a single ancient emperor's bloodline now, and they all avoided their father's generation. They would definitely shock the world. This was especially true for the heavenly prince. Now that they found out that he absorbed the Eye of Fortune, it was even more frightening. He would most likely become the second undying heavenly emperor. The other ancient emperors' bloodlines like Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin are also unimaginable. Their fathers most likely left behind something similar to the Eye of Fortune, said the blind old man. Then, he patted Yifan's shoulder and said, as a divine body, even if they reach the great success stage, they will still have enemies. Not a single one of those ancient emperors' bloodlines are lambs, but rather divine lions lying dormant. Yifan suddenly asked. The archaic emperors had long realized that as long as they were alive, their sons would never be able to confirm the Tao. It was because there was only one emperor in this world, and as such, they were sealed into the present world. Did our human race's great emperor not foresee this step? Did he not think about the future generations? Did he not leave behind the most powerful son to be born in the future? This is hard to say. The blind old man shook his head. I know some secret information about this. In the past, there was an imperial prince who appeared and died in the darkness chaos, quelling the great chaos. Duanda suddenly said. This. The others sighed softly and didn't continue. The blind old man divined. Duanda looked at geomancy, and Yifan explored the origin veins. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. They saw a few dead ancient creatures along the way, but nothing else. Wang. Suddenly, at this time, the heaven-devouring evil jar rang and began to shake on its own without being activated. The lid and the jar connected and hung above the heads of the people. What is going on? The blind old man was shocked. This jar was different from other emperor weapons. It seemed to have a life of its own and surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. It was known as one of the most terrifying emperor weapons since ancient times. If there is a weapon that can resist the Wuxia bell wave, it is none other than this, said Duanda. He carefully observed the surroundings to capture any abnormalities. It's here. Yifan found this place familiar. He had come here before. In the past, he had hidden here to avoid a group of terrifying archaic creatures. This was an open land, a plaza, and also a terrifying stone hall. Upon closer inspection, one would be shocked to find that the hanging stone wall above was like a large bell. The Wuxia bell. It's hidden in the stone. It's so huge. I really want to see its true appearance. Duanda and the blind old man were horrified. If they accidentally entered, the bell might ring endlessly and kill everything. Let's go around first. We must not let the bell ring, said Duanda. The blind old man also nodded. Only Yifan was lost in thought. The Wuxia bell was the most important part of this trip. Chapter 793. The stone temple was vast and the great bell was magnificent. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was hidden in the stone and covered the entire area. However, none of them had the intention to clash with it. They had just entered and it wasn't wise to have any ideas about this bell. They all stared straight ahead. It was extremely spacious in front of them and they could see a huge stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. At this time, the pieces of jade on Yifan's body began to heat up. They trembled within his body and released a warm power. The Wuxia scripture. Fatty Duan cleared his throat and rushed forward faster than a rabbit. The blind old man was also shaken and didn't stop for even a moment. Yifan had been here before and naturally knew about this stone scripture. He brought 4 pieces of Emperor Jade with him this time and didn't know if he could obtain any. They advanced as fast as lightning. During this process, they felt their primordial spirits about to split apart as if there was a demonic power trying to disintegrate them and return them to the laws of the Tao. The stone scripture lay in disarray and behind it was a pile of rubble. There were vines and ancient trees growing all over it. The terrifying power was emitted from them. After getting closer, their primordial spirits stabilized and were no longer disturbed. Although the patterns of the great Tao were formless, they truly existed and suppressed everything. It's really the Wuxia scripture. The blind old man stretched out his trembling hands and touched the 3 huge ancient characters on the stone scripture. Even his voice was trembling. When they got closer, the 4 pieces of jade on Yifan's body shone brilliantly and penetrated his body. They resonated with the ancient scripture and flowed with an indescribable aura. At the same time, 2 beams of light shot out from Duanda's body. He was very direct and wanted to open the stone scripture. However, it was useless even after using all his strength. He couldn't move it in the slightest. The 2 pieces of broken jade on me are shining. The heartless Daoist was shocked and took out 2 pieces of ancient jade. They were very similar to the 4 pieces in Yifan's hands and could be pieced together. He had dug them out from an unknown ancient tomb. The tomb owner had kept them close to his body and treasured them even more than the imperial divine weapon he had refined for his entire life. It has something to do with this. Duanda was excited and then stared at the 4 pieces of ancient jade in Yifan's hand. The stone scripture was placed on a high platform, and there were many thick patterns engraved on it. If one did not look closely, they would look like natural ravines. These Tao patterns were very different from the current engraving methods. They were closer to nature, and the patterns were formed by wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. At the very center was a groove the size of a human head. When they approached it, the ancient jades in Yifan and Duanda's hands began to tremble, as if they were alive, shining with dazzling radiance. Even the heavens are helping us. These ancient jades are the key to opening the Wuxia scripture. Duanda exclaimed. This won't do. There are only 6 pieces in total. We're still short of 3 jade fragments. Yifan sighed. How would you know if you don't try? Let's press it first. Fatty Duan was very enthusiastic, mainly because the Wuxia scripture was too mysterious. It recorded the supreme divine studies at the end of the immortal path. 6 pieces of ancient jades were placed in. With a wang sound, the high platform shook violently. This place was dazzling. Rays of light rushed into the sky, and a huge screen of light enveloped them. Retreat! Yifan shouted. The ancient stone scripture did not move in the slightest. It did not open, but the screen of light quickly tore through the void. Everything became hazy, and it was about to teleport them away. Ding! Yifan's eyes and hands were fast. He knocked out several pieces of ancient jades and brought the 2 of them far away. In the end, they were not teleported out of the Purple Mountain. I don't believe it. Let's directly use the heaven-devouring evil jar to take it away. Fatty Duan shouted. He activated Great Emperor Vicious Weapon, and the jar opened up, swallowing and spitting out demonic light. Wang! The entire void trembled violently. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, shocking the 10,000 worlds. However, at this moment, another great emperor's aura also pervaded the air. Dang! In front of them, the Wuxia bell lightly trembled and emitted a terrifying sound wave. It was as if it wanted to destroy this great world. It rushed over like a white wave. Quickly stop! The blind old man shouted. He then pulled Yifan and Duanda into the devil jar, sucking them inside. Clang! The devil jar closed. The 3 of them were inside the ancient heaven-devouring jar, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. They didn't take the Wuxia scripture inside, but instead provoked the bell to ring without anyone activating it. What made them rejoice was that the great bell only trembled slightly and didn't truly attack. It quickly calmed down. Fortunately, we have Emperor Jades on us. Otherwise, we might have already triggered the 10,000 layers of bell waves. This is too frightening. The aura of an ancient great emperor just now made them feel a bit scared. The great bell didn't have anyone supporting or operating it, but it still rang on its own. Anyone would be horrified. After coming out from the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all extremely unwilling. The most mysterious ancient Wuxia scripture was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. Duanda said fiercely, "Damn it, let's do it. I think the heaven-devouring devil jar can protect us. Let's take the risk of being seriously injured and take the stone scripture into the jar. We'll immediately escape. Don't be rash." In the past, the various holy lands entered with multiple emperor weapons, but they didn't obtain it. Doing this is seeking death. The heaven-devouring jar is different from other emperor weapons. It should be able to contend against the Wuxia bell. I don't believe it can't take the scripture away. Duanda didn't give up. Stop arguing. There are words here. Yi Fan's emotions were unsettled. He saw the large black dog's crooked words. "Brat, even if you collect all of the Wuxia jade and open this ancient scripture, it won't work. Great Emperor Wuxia once said that only the innate saint physique can cultivate it." These words were carved on a stone wall. It was undoubtedly left behind by the large black dog. He had actually predicted that Yi Fan would come here. How strange. Why is there so much to pay attention to in an ancient scripture? Duanda was furious. "I finally understand why Wuxia didn't have an inheritor. It's because he couldn't find a disciple at all," the blind old man said with a sigh. "Most likely, only that innate saint physique can cultivate the heart technique. However, I think I might be able to cultivate the last secret technique." Even when facing the Wuxia jade, Yi Fan still had some confidence and confidence. The fighting character technique could transform all divine techniques. "Why do I feel like this was prepared for one of your descendants?" the blind old man muttered. In the end, they left this place and headed towards the deepest part of the Purple Mountain. On the way, they saw many vines and ancient trees. They were green and glistening, growing between piles of rocks. Under the ancient vines, there were many corpses that had died at the roots of the plants. Their life force had been sucked dry, and they had died a miserable death. "It's an ancient being. What kind of plant is this? How can it even kill ancient beings?" The three of them were all very shocked. They stepped onto a small path, and finally approached the most mysterious place of the Purple Mountain. Flowing light flickered in this place, and a fragrance wafted into their nostrils. The ancient vines and random trees disappeared, and the aura gradually became more peaceful. Along the way, there were a few more orchid zoysia immortal herbs, and the fragrance of ancient medicines wafted through the air. It was as if they had arrived in a divine land. Up ahead, a waterfall cascaded down. Spring water gurgled about, and spiritual essence curled about. 5-colored radiance flickered about. This was a divine waterfall. A large piece of divine source. Just below the divine waterfall was a large piece of divine source. It was arranged on a platform, and it blossomed with auspicious radiance, making this place seem more and more divine. They quickly walked over, and all of them were shocked. This was a piece of divine source that could be 2 cubic meters in size. It was shockingly large. "We've struck it rich. Forget about everything else, just this piece of divine source is a priceless treasure." Duanda's eyes lit up when he saw a treasure. Something's not right. "Look, there are cracks on this divine source. It was closed by someone later on, and a creature escaped." The blind old man revealed a serious expression. "It is indeed like this." Yi Fan nodded. The few of them all felt that things weren't good. Could it be that there was a powerful archaic king nearby? All creatures that were sealed in divine source were definitely top-level terrifying creatures. A powerful ancient creature was roaming nearby. Just the thought alone was enough to make one shiver in fear. They weren't scared of him coming out in the open because he had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon to protect them. They were scared that an ancient king would take action in secret and kill a few of them. They swept their eyes over all directions. They all felt their bodies go cold, and a chill ran down their backs. After stopping for a bit, they became much more cautious. Then, they continued forward. A row of crystal coffins suddenly appeared up ahead. They were all simple and unadorned, and the luster was dim. They were densely packed, and there were patterns carved on them. Archaic divine characters could be seen on every single coffin. Yi Fan roughly recognized a few characters. They were actually carved by the undying Heavenly Emperor. It immediately left everyone horrified. It's the undying Heavenly Emperor's former subordinates. When they roughly understood what was going on, they were all horrified. How many years had it been here? How powerful were the subordinates of the deities in the hearts of the various archaic clans? Unfortunately, even though they could compare to the heavens, they still couldn't stop the passage of time. They all died here. The corpses in the coffins. Duanda withdrew after taking a look. This row of crystal coffins had terrifying corpses within them. They were like malicious spirits. Their hair was withered and yellow, and their bodies were pitch black. They were withered and sinisterly sinister. What kind of tomb hadn't Duanda robbed before? However, when he saw the corpses within the crystal coffins, he didn't feel good at all. He took a few steps back, and his entire body became cold. A layer of goosebumps appeared on his body. I feel like something isn't right. From my many years of experience in robbing tombs, I can tell that something inauspicious has happened here, and it can't be stopped. People would die at every turn. Rivers of blood couldn't be considered much at all. Fatty Duan said. If this place was placed in the outside world, it would be an urn for the dead, a pit for 10,000 people. It was impossible for not several 100,000 people to die here. There are 2 coffins that have been opened. There's nothing inside, the old blind man said. This row of crystal coffins were all inauspicious. Energy curled about them, and there were several dozen of them. 2 of them had their lids opened, and they were completely empty inside. Not good. Duanda's expression changed, and his fine hairs stood on end like needles. He pointed at the 2 coffins, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, Yi Fan and the old blind man also saw that something was off. These coffins were opened from the inside, and there were pitch-black fingerprints on the inside. The powerful creatures of the archaic era had long died. If not for the heaven-suppressing patterns carved by the undying Heavenly Emperor, they would have long turned to ashes. How could they climb out? At this moment, they were all scared out of their wits. This place was extremely sinister, and it gave off a strange feeling. It made one's back go cold. Who? The old blind man shouted. He activated the extreme Dao Emperor weapon and smashed it towards a corner. That place immediately turned into ashes, and a black hole appeared. What did you see? Duanda was scared. I didn't see anything. I only felt that there was something there, so I secretly divined it. The divination indicated that there was a great omen, as if there was a devil nearby. The old blind man said. When he spoke like this, everyone felt that this place became much colder. It was as if there was a pair of malicious eyes staring at them from the darkness. It originated from a malicious spirit. Hurry up and leave this place. Duanda said in a low voice. The 3 of them didn't stop and quickly headed towards the depths of the Purple Mountains. During this process, it was as if there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at them from the darkness, making them feel as if there was a dagger on their backs. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the auspicious aura in front of them became more abundant. The orchid dragon grass gradually increased, and many cliff stones emitted purple auspicious energy. The 3 of them were silent along the way. They followed an ancient path and finally reached their final destination. During this process, they always felt that there was a cold malicious spirit tailing them. That is, they had already reached the end of the road. There was an enormous Dao platform in front of them, and below it was full of dragon grass and divine orchids. Chaotic energy lingered above it, and strand after strand of it fell down. Every strand could collapse the heavens. This place was extremely special and mysterious. It was as if it connected the past, present, and future, and was connected to all the worlds. I saw a deity. That is, Great Emperor Wuxia. Fatty Duan cried out in alarm. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes flowed with demonic radiance as he stared rigidly at the Dao platform that was as grand as a mountain. Chapter 794. After Fatty Duan cried out in alarm, he became stupid. It was as if his soul had been sucked away. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes stared upwards. One couldn't help but sigh and be shocked. Normally, if anyone successfully obtained a strand of chaotic energy, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could be refined into a sect-protecting treasure. However, there were tens of thousands of strands here. They poured down like a divine waterfall. The mist was boundless and terrifying, making one unable to resist the urge to kneel down. This was a terrifying scene. 10,000 great waterfall-like primal chaos poured down wave after wave, submerging half of the Dao platform within. Only a portion was exposed, incomparably majestic. What a miracle! The old blind man muttered. Where did that person go? I can't see through the primal chaos anymore. Fatty Duan was in a daze as he gazed upwards. They weren't the only ones. Yi Fan was also shaken. This was a source of primal chaos. Just now, when he activated his heavenly eyes, he also vaguely saw a deity sitting on top. However, it had now disappeared. That type of power and aura made one want to kneel down on the spot. If not for the heaven-devouring devil jar stopping them, it would have been difficult for them to stand. I clearly saw it. Why is it gone? Duanda's eyes were about to pop out. The yin-yang heavenly eyes turned into two types of divine light, one black and one white, shining like a torch. I saw it too. There really was a deity up there, but it's hard to describe what he looked like right now. 10 million years passed in a single glance, and it's impossible to engrave it in my heart. The old blind man's entire body was drenched in sweat. That was a type of pressure that left him horrified. The legendary Great Emperor Wuxia. They hurriedly glanced over and saw a hazy figure. They didn't know if it was the true body or if it was a reappearance of history from before the primordial era. The three of them were shocked speechless. Time changed in that instant, but it was as if they had passed through an endless river of time. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields, rising and falling several times. It was as if they had experienced a great dream. The place where the deity was sitting was now completely empty. That figure was gone, making one suspect that everything was an illusion. They didn't see anything. Moreover, the heavenly eyes were ineffective. They couldn't see through the primal chaos, and everything at the center of the Dao platform was already unpredictable. That place became a bewildering land. The legendary Great Emperor Wuxia. They were almost sleep-talking as they repeated those words. Who is the peak at the end of the celestial path? With a glance, Wuxia's Dao becomes empty. This was a saying that had been passed down since ancient times, and now they had personally experienced it. Wuxia intimidated all life in the forbidden zones, suppressed the heavens with his strength, pacified the chaos in the darkness, annihilated the gods from the outer realms, swept through the world, and was invincible. Whenever his name was mentioned, people would think of him as powerful and majestic, someone who surpassed everything. Throughout the ages, people feared him, and even gods feared him. The name Wuxia was no longer as simple as a name. It contained an immortal power that was close to divinity, and close to demonic. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed. Who could still touch his ruins? However, the three people in front of him seemed to be able to see his figure. How could they not be shocked? Wuxia's name was heavier than the mountains, wider than the seas, and deeper than the star domains. It made all living beings throughout the ages revere him. Only after a long time did they regain their wits. They looked at each other, speechless. They carefully and seriously sized up this Dao platform. It was grand and tall, like a great mountain, but also like a great tomb. The walls were mottled, full of the scars of time. Old medicines grew tenaciously between the cracks of the cliffs. A fragrance that refreshed the heart wafted down, seeping into one's bones. Through the primal chaos mist, one could vaguely make out some withered plants on the cliffs. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had been growing, but they could be considered medicine kings. The seeds they scattered had already grown, filling this place with a rich fragrance. It was like a divine land that seemed to have entered the immortal realm. There's a living medicine king over there. Finally, Duanda recovered his senses. He excitedly pointed forward, seeing an ancient medicine hidden within the primal chaos mist. Medicine king, one had to grow for at least 80 to 90,000 years to obtain this title. Its medicinal properties were excellent, and it had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. In the past, there was a divine being in the immortal mansion world who used the 5-colored essence of the earth to create a medicinal field, turning it into divine mud, but only 6 stalks were produced. And now, an ancient tomb that also seemed like a Tao platform had a single medicine growing from the cracks of the stone walls. The comparison between before and after was truly shocking. A single medicine king was hard to find in the entire world. It could extend one's life by 400 years, so one could well imagine how rare and precious it was. 10 or so stalks added together were comparable to a single undying divine medicine. This really is a forbidden area for divinities. Beneath Great Emperor Wuxia's Tao platform, or perhaps at the base of his tomb, such a thing can actually grow. This is too shocking. The blind old man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yi Fan was speechless. The great emperors of the past were truly unfathomable. Even after they passed away in meditation, they could still produce such a miracle. It was truly shocking. There's another one over there. Fatty Duan's eyes were sharp. His gaze pierced through the mist, and he saw another one slightly higher up. The flower bud was sparkling and translucent, swaying with 10 rays of light. The hazy fragrance made one intoxicated with a single glance, and they couldn't help but want to pluck it. A single stalk could extend one's life by 400 years. Who wouldn't be tempted? Great Emperor, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us and let us pluck 1 or 2 stalks. In any case, they are useless to you. They are all things that grew from your tomb, Duanda muttered. He bowed again, and then walked forward. Medicine kings could not be cultivated by humans. They needed to be constantly watered with spirit milk of the earth and nourished with draconic qi. They needed to grow for more than 80 to 90,000 years. Not to mention other things, who could wait for such a long time? Close to 100,000 years, even an immortal dynasty could only wait a short period longer than this. Boom! Duanda had just taken a step forward when he was blasted back. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his entire body was spasming. His bones crackled, and it was extremely frightening. An aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, as if an ancient universe was revolving. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was reminding them that they could not take even half a step forward. It's so close, yet we can't approach it. Duanda was filled with unwillingness. We should rejoice. Otherwise, we would have long turned to ashes, unable to reach this place. Yi Fan said. At this moment, the Wuxia jade pieces on their bodies were all shining, resisting the great Tao aura. Otherwise, there would be an overwhelming pressure. Correct, no one can reach this place, apart from those who hold Wuxia Emperor jades. The old blind man also nodded. Let's use the heaven-devouring evil jar to protect ourselves. Duanda didn't want to shrink back. He urged Yi Fan forward, because he had a divine shell. A stalk of medicine king could make even great kings bow down. Even ancient saints had to compromise for it. It was because it could increase their lifespan by 400 years. For them, the significance was too great. It might be able to change the trajectory of their entire lives. Yi Fan's divine body erupted with golden splendor. His blood energy surged. He gripped a few emperor jades, and with the heaven-devouring evil jar on his back, he walked forward step by step. Duanda and the old blind man were within a screen of light. We're close. We're about to make contact. Right at that base, there was an old medicine sparkling and translucent in the cracks of the rocks. Its petals swayed with multicolored divine light, illuminating that place in a dazzling manner. The intoxicating fragrance was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. We're finally about to get our hands on it. It's the same as having another life. If we sell it, we might be able to draw out 1 or 2 ancestral kings. The old blind man rubbed his hands, his expression excited. Hong! A streak of primal chaos fell down like a vast white waterfall. It struck the screen of light, as if 100,000 great mountains were pressing down. It was so heavy that the divine shell almost fell over. Damn, a waterfall of primal chaos. There's no justice in this world. Duanda cried out. Not to mention mortals, even if a divine lord came, they would immediately turn into dust. If they were pressed down, they would instantly shatter. They could only rely on the divine shell to support them. At the same time, they activated the heaven-devouring evil jar. It gently hummed, and streaks of black light soared, blocking the divine waterfall that could destroy kings. Yifan's divine shell flashed with golden splendor. He opened the golden sacred domain, and with the devil jar on his back, he came forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the medicine king from the cracks of the rocks. Hong! The Dao platform shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. An even more terrifying great Dao aura descended, as if the entire sky was about to sink down. They quickly retreated, leaving this region. They only stopped when they were far enough away from the Dao platform. There was a vast expanse of whiteness there. Tens of thousands of waterfalls of primal chaos poured down. It was incomparably majestic, submerging the region just now. This kind of scene was shocking. Too terrifying. If not for Wuxia's Emperor Jade, if not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, let alone a divine king, even if a saint came in person, he might still be crushed into meat paste, said the old blind man. Yifan's eyes were fixed on the primal chaos Dao platform in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the place where the vicious great emperor's coffin was. Within the ancient nest made of black dragon wood that was even taller than a mountain, there was also a sea of primal chaos, mysterious and unfathomable. Ha! I finally got it. Duanda laughed loudly. He held the medicine king in his hands, and his large grin almost reached his ears. Is there really great Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform? Asked the blind old man. In a while, we'll climb up and take a look. There must be many more medicine kings up there. Even if we can't catch that immortal phoenix medicine that can run away on its own, it's still worth it, said Duanda. The blind old man shook his head. It was too difficult to climb up the Dao platform. Even with the heaven-devouring evil jar in hand, it might not be possible. We must climb up. The 10,000 ancient races have come into being, and only great Emperor Wuxia can intimidate them. Yifan's words were firm. He had made up his mind. If he was alive, he had to see him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. Thinking about this, he touched the 2 pieces of copper in his arms. Then, he opened a bottle. Inside was a snow-white female saint's skull, as well as a crescent moon pendant. These were things he had obtained in the star domain, and they were closely related to great Emperor Wuxia. Yes, we must climb up the Dao platform. Duanda agreed. After raiding tombs all year round, he yearned for the tombs of ancient great emperors. Suddenly, a frightening aura covered the sky and earth. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. A cold and gloomy aura as vast as the ocean, as if it had come from the 9 hells, drowned out this place in an instant. The sudden attack was extremely swift and violent. No one could react in time, and they couldn't make any effective movements because it was too fast. Right behind them, a terrifying figure appeared. It was completely jet black and withered like firewood. It had 9 heads, a dragon, a hoe, a human, and a phoenix standing side by side, and an eternal black divine ring enveloped its body. The endless aura of death shattered the sky and cracked the earth. It was as if a sea of stars had shattered, making people feel suffocated. Their bodies were about to decay and their primordial spirit flames were about to be extinguished. This was a demon that had crawled out of the crystal coffin. At this moment, they all thought of this possibility at the same time. This was a subordinate of the undying heavenly emperor. It was shocking and horrifying. He was shrouded in a divine ring, intimidating the world. Behind him, it was as if a dark palace hall had appeared, suppressing all directions and destroying all creatures. It made people's primordial spirits tremble and on the verge of collapse. Pfft! Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. This nine-headed dragon, human, and withered jet-black terrifying existence stretched out a hand and pierced through the old blind man's chest. It tore off half of Duanda's arm and seized the medicine king. Yi Fan's golden pupils shot out a glaring beam of light. He punched out and pounced forward to fight against this terrifying existence shrouded in a black divine ring. We are actually going up against the undying heavenly emperor's subordinates. Have we arrived at the legendary era? The old blind man and Duanda collapsed in a pool of blood. They didn't hesitate to activate the heaven-devouring evil jar at all costs.